Well, hello, my beautiful gemstones. Welcome to Friday night's live intuitive oracle. I started just a couple minutes early tonight because we're just kind of sitting backstage, and I figured it'd be cooler to hang out with you, lovely folks. So we got Ron Forrest Jr. driving 7 to 8 hours this evening to Pittsburgh, New Hampshire. I didn't even know there was a Pittsburgh, New Hampshire. Won't be able to catch live. Happy weekend, you two, and safe travels. Hello, Josephine Van Dam, Blue Crossroads. You know what? That sounds like the perfect Friday to me. Me and my leftover pizza. Melissa Nicole, hey, sweetie. Heather B, welcome. Andrew and Gnome Trucking Express. No Mio, Alabama Cup. Heather B, I'm good. I am Blue Crossroads. Thank you. Happy early birthday, RJ. I am very busy and very stressed. RJ's party is tomorrow. And then Sunday, which is the only day that I get to work all week this summer, is just like every Sunday. I have another birthday party for RJ's friend Nicholas, but Nicholas is a twin, so it's him and his twin, so that's Sunday. So I got to go do that quickly and then get back and get as much work done as possible because I can't work again until the following Sunday. So I'm waiting for summer to be over, to be honest. I'm waiting for the end of August for my Wildwood Crest vacation, and then I'm ready for September 3rd for back to school. Psychically, psychologically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, struggling a little bit, but as we do, right? I'm sure so many of you guys are feeling that same way. Ralph and Cassie Francis, Wendy Williams. All right, nice. Thank you for letting us know, Miss Wendy. And tonight is Miss Lindsay Gray Wolf's birthday. So I don't know if she's going to stop in. Sometimes she does, but I know that it's her birthday because her birthday is the 12th. RJ's is the 13th. Ray's is the 14th. My mom's is the 18th. So there's a lot going on. I'm just trying to stay energetically connected. It's a lot easier for me when like I'm working every single day because I'm doing readings, I'm doing videos, spiritually helping. I'm creating the boxes that I sell, doing a lot with like the moon water. Like, so I'm always connected in some way. And when I'm left to my own devices and I don't have anything to do for you guys, it's a lot harder for me to keep that connection, to that positivity, to that abundance, right? That's why so many of us feel so good when we come in to this stream, is because we're all connected to one another. And as I work throughout the week in a normal work week, I'm always connected to some of you. You know, Roger Blair, what's up? Yeah, come on back. Hopefully we'll be here till at least 10:30. I'm definitely not in any rush. Mark Halstead, hello and welcome. So I'm just waiting for Ghost Dragons to pop back up in the background. He kind of put his screen blank, and when he does, I'll bring him in. And we really could just get started. After RJ's party, I should be able to like get a new deck. I haven't gotten a new deck since my birthday in March. So Alexander, so nice to see you. Thank you for coming in. So as many of you know, and I'll repeat this throughout the night, if you live somewhere where it's very late or like super duper early in the morning, like it's the middle of the night, let us know if you're sleepy or if you can't hang around, and we'll try to bump you up and, you know, get you moving. Nicole Prone. So I wanted to thank so many of you for your donations. I was telling you guys that all donations this month basically are going to RJ's party, and you guys really came through. I was able to get him not only a brand new PlayStation 5, but an extra controller. I was able to get him the GTA 5 download. I was able to get him the controller charger. I was able to get him 1 terabyte of storage, like an extra storage thing. Excuse me. And I was able to throw him his party. So I owe a lot of that to you guys because YouTube money isn't a lot and I'm still not contracted. So the YouTube money mostly goes to like my groceries, the MP&M money. I put that all together and then we do groceries. Well, Alexander, that's good to know. If that changes and you decide that you're tired or whatever and you don't want to wait for me to ramble through the readings, just let me know and we will definitely bump you up. So let's bring in the man of the hour. Yeah, it is, especially for a little boy that I do spoil him. He's turning 6 tomorrow, and it was cool because I do like, if he wants something and it's little, I'm like, okay, I'll just get it. Like, these are just little things, right? And he's only this age once, But it was so cool because it was nice to see him excited. Like he kind of knew that he was getting one. I dropped some hints, but I wasn't sure I wasn't able to order it till last Saturday. So I wasn't sure right up to the day that I was going to be able to get it for him. And I gave him his gifts early yesterday because I knew it took 6 hours to get it set up, to get everything transferred into, it's not like you just open it and you get to play. It's just not like that. So I knew it was going to take a while. I knew he'd be with his dad. And so I gave it to him yesterday, but it was so cool because when he was opening it, he was like, it's a PS5. I know it's PS5. But then he was like, oh my God. He was so excited. And I don't see that side of him a lot because he does get so much. Grey Wolf, happy birthday. Yes, I was just saying it is your birthday and hopefully you'll make an appearance. So good to see you. And I hope you are having, and continue to have an amazing day. Let me bring in the man of the hour here.
Not me. Why do you keep saying that? I am not the man of the hour. Stop. Just stop.
Stop.
Hello, everybody. I'll say my highs as I call names.
Lindsay, I shouted you out in the community tab and on Facebook, just so you know. I didn't forget. I always remember your birthday because it's 12, 13, 14. 12, 13, 14, 18. So someone else was yesterday, too, the 11th. I don't think anyone from in here, though. I think my friend Dylan from, real life that I knew, back in high school. We're still friends, on Facebook. I know it was his yesterday. I know a lot of Cancer sons. So I think I know more Cancer sons than any other sign, and Leo sons. Dean Martin Rose, you are so welcome. We really miss you. I know that you I think you live somewhere where Wi-Fi is iffy, and Bat Mom's here. Now we can get started, guys. Now we can get started. You are a Cancer. When's your birthday? Did you come in on your birthday, or your birthday hasn't happened yet? I'm telling you, I know so many, more than any other sign. Baby UFO, welcome. Crampy kind of day, guys. So Mark Halstead is dealing with some stuff. Mark, I don't know exactly what it is, but I remember last time we really blasted him with our energy and lifted him up, and he was doing because I thought you were a Gemini, and he started doing a lot better. Mark, if you want to throughout the stream talk a little bit about what's going on with you, and we'll blast you with our love and light again. Cancer Moon, though, same thing. Pisces moons are the people I feel the most. I feel for them because they're the most emotional. If you think Pisces suns are a lot to deal with, Pisces moons are I don't know how they get through life. They pick up things the way I pick up things, even without ability. Smoochy, you're as far as I know, one of 3 Aquarians that I know, and they're all female, actually. Yeah, Batmom for reals, yo. So tonight we got the timestamps, unless she comes in for Lotus Girl. We've got KC so far. So hopefully we get a bigger crowd. If not, we still have a party. What's up, Smoochy?
Ron asked me if he could have a timestamp since he wouldn't be here.
Yes. Yeah, Miss Grey Wolf, I did think that's kind of what happened. You had mentioned before that, you kind of can't get here. So I just wanted to let you know that you're thought about. And I did, as soon as I woke up this morning, I was like, oh, it's her birthday. Yes.
You have a good one too, Mr. Snyder.
Yes, Cowie, hi. Thank you for that. Definitely have an amazing weekend. I plan on doing that myself. I'm waiting for Timu to get here with my outfit I'm supposed to wear tomorrow. If they don't show up, I don't know what I'm going to do. I mean, I only have 2.5 walk-in closets filled with clothes, and I have literally nothing to wear. So, all right, why don't we just get started, and we'll just move along as we go.
We're going to do Alexander first, since he's clear across the big pond, and it's 1 o'clock there. And then after we do Alexander, we'll do Grey Wolf because it's her birthday.
Yeah, why don't we do that? Alexander, Grey Wolf. That way, Grey Wolf, you can have a quick reading. So his party's tomorrow. I just gave him his gifts yesterday because I knew they were going to take forever to set up, and I knew he'd be with his dad while I'm streaming today. So we started at like 9:30 in the morning yesterday. Everything was ready for him to play at like 5. It takes a long time. Alexander, I am going to use the Halloween Oracle for you, sir. But he's going to have a great party. Kindness is my thing, or at least I'd like to think. You're welcome. You are absolutely welcome. All right, let's see what's going on for Alexander. You. Melissa, he probably would skip it if I would allow him. He's obsessed. But he plays his in my room, and I had to put my PS4, which I took his PS4. It's not like mine, but I took the PS4. I had to set that up in his room, and I have to sit in his room and play PS4. Tell me how that works. All right, Alexander, you got the spider, community, and web weaving. So, guys, if you can pay just a little bit of attention to what Mark's saying, because I feel like we really did pull through for him last time and help. We do that for each other. I want to get Alexander and Grey Wolf's readings out of the way because Grey Wolf's Wi-Fi is horrific and she may not last if I ramble. So, Melissa, that is exactly what it is. That is exactly what it is. All right. Alexander, let's do the spider. Masses of sticky spider webs make any Halloween decorations complete. The idea of a haunted house covered in the artwork of a big, hairy spider is classic horror. Even those of us who appreciate our 8-legged friends still hurriedly brush off those stealthy webs if we run into them in the dark. Although most spiders are not venomous, humans have an innate fear of them. Perhaps it's the fangs or the poison. Perhaps it's all those legs and the way that they move. Perhaps it's where they live, often in dark, hidden places, or the way our Western popular culture has demonized them by making them giant, fierce, and man-eating. Some cultures, though, revere the spider in very positive ways. In many Native American traditions, for example, the spider is the creature that gives birth to all other animals and sustains the web of life. The goddess spider grandmother, and there is also a spider woman, is a key deity that brings wisdom, safety, and communication to all the tribes. She created and wove all the stars in the sky and makes soft webs for those that are troubled to rest upon and be supported by. Spiders' webs can be seen as a symbol of connection, not necessarily entrapment. There is a fine line sometimes between a family or community supporting us and controlling us. This card looks at this discernment. It also suggests you review the way you communicate with the wider community at work or generally with others and take steps to improve this or do it slightly differently. It also indicates that there needs to be balance between what you do for yourself and what you do for others. If we give too much to the outside, our strength diminishes and we cannot weave the supporting web for ourselves. So the first thing I got, Alexander, is like actually a little bit off card. So the first thing I got with this in connection to like you and your energy is that there is someone weaving a web, right? Someone trying to kind of suck you in to in kind of a manipulative way, I would say, where I don't know what your relationship status is, so I'm just going to give an example that may or may not be the case, where like someone is like, say you meet someone and you're like, I like baseball. And they're like, oh my God, I like baseball too. And you're like, I like pizza with anchovies. And they're like, oh my God, me too. They hate these things, but they just want to get themselves aligned with you so that you'll spend more time with them. Eventually they suck you in, their true colors show. This is toxicity. This is possible narcissism. It's toxic all around. So definitely beware of anyone that like you just met or that you meet in the next couple of weeks where it just feels too good to be true. They're telling you, oh yeah, I can get you a job doing the same thing, making double. Yeah. Don't fall for any of it. Keep your feet and your head like level. Keep your feet on the ground, your head level, and don't fall into anyone's traps or anyone's webs. What I'm also seeing is that you have to be in the next couple of weeks extremely clear about like when you communicate, right? So make sure that there is no room at all for someone to misconstrue or misconceive what you're saying. I do feel like there's a possibility for like, again, someone to misunderstand something you're saying. Like you say something and you mean it in like a completely different way than they take it. Next thing you know, they're offended, they're angry with you, and you're just like, I don't understand. I don't know what I did. Guys, let me know that you can still hear me because my Wi-Fi is looking weird. I feel like in order to cover your behind in this, in the next week or two, just make sure you are crystal clear, right? Crystal clear in like, this is what, say what you mean and mean what you say, and don't leave any room for anyone to like get in there and twist your words and try to make it sound like you were saying something that you weren't saying. I don't know why I'm feeling this toxicity around you in several different ways. I feel like it could be time for you, Alexander, to do like a quote unquote spring cleaning of the people in your life. There are a lot of negative, toxic types kind of lingering around you. And I feel like as you grow and mature in your spirituality, in life, as you set and reach more goals, as you become more spiritually ascendant and abundance comes to you, which is exactly what's happening, you're going to notice that you don't have anything in common with these people anymore. Let them down gently, but do let them down. Move on from them with love and kindness, but do move on. All right. Miss Grey Wolf, let's use the Wonderland Oracle. Yes, sir. Mark, I just hate to see you suffering again. I feel like you're so elevated spiritually and your physical body just is not keeping up. And I'm not that great with comfort, but you do have a friend, and I have been thinking about you and trying to send as much energy to you as I possibly can. All right. Miss Grey Wolf, you got shine bright like a candle. That Rihanna song, shine bright like a diamond. Oh, yeah, that's good. We have to get this projector hooked up by the 25th or I'm going to get in trouble. I did not expect them to send it. I didn't expect it. Guys, the kind of, and Lindsay, I'll get to you in 1 second. The kind of sponsorships I get, and I'm not exaggerating, is like someone offered to send me one shoe and I could try. Like, I don't get sponsorships for $1,500 projectors. I mean, I'm excited about it, but I don't even really know what it is. Oh, thank you so much, Miss Grey Wolf. All right, so you got card number 36, shine bright like a candle. You will make it through this. And you got it in the reverse, the shadow position. Empathetic. It's not, maybe I said that wrong. It's not empathy I lack. It's the ability to comfort. Growing up, I was not comforted. Like if I cried, I was told I was embarrassing, shut up, it's rude. I would get the belt for being annoying. So comfort is like something you learn. Do you know what I'm saying? And I'm still learning. For it might end, you know, said Alice to herself, in my going out altogether like a candle. I wonder what I should be like then. You are changing, Miss Grey Wolf, and all around you, everything seems unfamiliar. You're changing so much that you may be wondering if you'll make it through the change. You may, like Alice, be thinking that if things keep going the way they are, that you could go out like a candle and end altogether. But Alice does not cease to exist simply because she's in an unpredictable situation, and you won't either. You have a bright and glorious light within you that will shine through all the changes in your life, through every opportunity and perfect decision. It will shine despite the mistakes and hurts you might experience. The brightness within you is eternal and cannot be put out so easily. So, despite the times when you fear that darkness lies ahead, know that the guiding light you seek is inside of you. When you receive this card, know that no matter how difficult or strange things seem to be, and no matter how much your life is changing, that you are a bright and shining soul, and you will continue to shine for a long time to come. Yes, you might wonder what will become of you, but don't torture yourself with unnecessary worries or contemplate disasters. It's natural to feel a little anxious and to prepare for the worst, but trust in this card. Your light has a long time yet to shine in this world. It will only grow brighter as your soul continues its marvelous journey through the wonderland of existence. So in the reverse, this is no interest in life beyond the immediate and the material, questioning whether there is existence beyond this lifetime, and the refusal to wonder about the next stages of your life or what will happen next, sureness that nothing at all will change. So I don't feel like, you're sitting around not knowing where your spirit is going. I don't think you're sitting around refusing to contemplate the future, but I just feel like there are a lot of things right now in your life, Lindsay, that are very uncertain. Okay, what's up, Nutslap? Everything seems so up in the air, and even if it's not like it's like you're making it up in the air, right? You're very unsure. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, in the next week or two, you will, where it's like there's this battle going on between what you instinctually know is going to happen and what you're being told to just go with the flow and something else will happen. It's like this battle inside of you. So meaning to you buried your, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But please know that you only buried the physical body. I mean, 100%. And I know that doesn't make it any easier to cope with. I'm not the best with death either, as someone who communicates with the dead. And like, for me, it's just like, oh, now they're just here in spirit, but I feel like you could be in the next couple of weeks, maybe trying to communicate with them, reach out with them, because I'm seeing a lot of uncertainty, and it's like a confusion. Like, I said knock 3 times, and I heard 3 taps. Was that 3 knocks? Was that a coincidence? So there is this kind of contemplation as far as like where to go from here, right? And because you lost your best friend and it's your birthday, you could be thinking to yourself, like, how much longer do I have? Like these thoughts that we all have sometimes. I feel like this is the universe telling you that is not something you should worry about, because you have a nice long lifeline ahead of you. You have a light inside of you, though, that needs to be shined out. And I feel like this card in the reverse is you keeping that light to yourself. Everything is upside down and backwards, and you don't know how to deal with so many things. You want to behave, you want to do one thing, but you know that doing that one thing. So for instance, you're dealing with a narcissist and you want to cry to them and be like, you're breaking my heart. Like, can you stop doing this? But you know that it's not going to matter. They're not going to care. They're not going to react, respond, comfort you. So why bother? But then there's the part of you that's like, well, maybe this is the 2nd millionth time I've asked them over the course of 10 years. Maybe this time, you know what I mean? So there's this constant conflict of dialogue in you. Here's what the universe and your team want you to know. Don't worry about when you're going to die. You have a long life ahead of you. Secondly, don't waste your time worrying about what other people are telling you you should want, you should need, you should think, you should feel. I feel like this is the start of a solo journey. So even if you're surrounded by people, Grey Wolf, in the next few weeks and months, I feel like you're going to be coming into this comfortable place where it's just you and your team and your spirituality, and not in a selfish way, but you're going to be doing a lot more for Lindsay. Really making that time, carving that time out for yourself. And again, not being rude to anyone, but letting them know no is a complete sentence, and not taking on every single thing someone asks you to do. You're at a place in your life where you just want to enjoy yourself, right? You just want to be happy and be loved and love and give and take and exist. And I feel like you are coming into that energy. You have so much to give. I feel like you just haven't found your niche, so to speak, in it. You haven't found your YouTube, right? That's my niche. That's how I do. That's how I connect and help and heal. There's something in you. I don't know why I keep seeing gardening. That could be like a way that you're connected. You're being called to connect with others, but others that are like you on the spiritual journey, looking for, their paths and trying to align with the people around them. And if they can't, trying to move on. And I think, you know, the universe is just saying, like, that's okay. You know what I mean? You do that. If it feels right for you, do it. And don't worry about what's going to happen next. You decide what's going to happen next. You just tell the universe, this is what's going to happen next, and then expect it like you expect the mail. Yay, Gemma. She said, Gemma, you get things so accurate, it's almost spooky. And I do read for you for monthlies, which I love. So I am like a little bit more invested because I've been reading for you monthly for years. So I told you guys a story of my mentor, how like he broke his back and, you know, he finally just surrendered. And within a week, his back was fixed. It was like this stream of miracles that kind of just happened to him. And it's funny because he said it's like a joke in his family where like if there's a super duper long line, like at Disney, his kids will be like, just send dad. And he'll be like, I'll go. There won't be a line by the time I get there. And there's never a line. He's literally telling the universe what is going to happen. So I tried it last night. We lost power in the middle of the night and it keeps happening. Not a lot, but it seems like a lot, like once a month. Lindsay, you are amazing. And you guys give me the strength to do this, right? The confidence and the strength and the validation. And I love it. So my little guy is terrified of the dark. And ever since we had the earthquake, he doesn't even go to the bathroom, which I can see from here without me standing by the door. He's just scared and he'll get out of it. It's like a little trauma thing that kind of happened. So I knew that he was going to be up the entire time. So it went out. I just started dozing off at around 1:15, 1:30, the lights go out. Everything's out, air conditioned out. The only thing is I'm smart. Mom, me, keeps the tablets, the headphones, the switches, everything charged to 100% and turned off just in case of emergencies at all times. And everyone makes fun of me, but nights like last night, I'm like, here, you want your tablet? So I'm thinking, okay, they're saying it's not going to be on until 4:30 in the morning. That is 3 hours. So my son looked at me and he had tears in his eyes and he's like, it's too dark. You know, our flashlights were all dying because Ray's in charge of charging those. You know, I have like the little flickering battery candles. So anyway, I was like, it's going to be on like the next 15 minutes. And then I thought to myself, it's going to be on in the next 15 minutes. And then I said out loud, it's going to be on in the next 15 minutes. It's not going to be out until 4:30. I will tell you 14 minutes later, the power came back on. Coincidence? No, I don't think so. That power was fitting to be out for 3 hours. I'm just saying. But that is my life. Like even with the money for RJ's gift, it was so much. I wasn't coming up with it. And Steven and I were like putting our heads together, like, okay, like how can we make sure we get this for him, but also so that he can use it? And what I was doing was checking my 3 debit accounts and all of them were at 0. But instead of telling myself, God damn, like I don't have this money. I don't have this money now. I would just look and I would say out loud, oh, the money didn't come in yet. And sure enough, last Saturday, somebody donated the entire amount for the PS5. So you really can do it, but you can't, like you can start out by just saying it, like fake it till you make it. But when you get to a point where you make yourself believe it, it will happen. I swear on my life by it. If you actually believe something will happen and you keep saying it will happen, it will happen. That goes for negative too. Oh, Grey Wolf, that's so sweet. She said, Gemma understands me better than I do. Melissa just said the same thing. She's like, you know me better than I know me. Then I'm doing my job and that's amazing. That my job is to connect with people. Like how amazing is that? Is that my job is to like lead people to their own, what is it called? Potential. Don't get me crying already. Okay. I've got my pretty, early 2000s glittery white eyeshadow all over my eye. Yeah. And that's up, you know what? That will work. But the problem is that part of you that's being sarcastic right now about it, right? Better late than pregnant, Salvatore. Better late than never. Better late than never. I'm just kidding, guys. I'm just kidding. Thank you, Batmom. Yeah, I was able to get him the PS5. Ghost Dragon's got him an extra controller because for all that money, it only comes with one. And I got him 1 terabyte of storage. I got him the charger, like the digital charger for the controllers. Yeah.
You ready? She's waiting for you, Josephine.
All right.
Hello, Soto. How are you, sir?
Josephine, I'm going to use the Moonology. You got to really feel it and believe it in your heart and like know that it's going to happen. That's why I try to I start off with small things, you know. I will get that PS5. Period. The electric will not be out for 3 hours. You just have to think of it as I don't know if y'all ever played The Sims, but you get to decide if there's a fire that burns their house down or if they are filthy rich because you have the code for unlimited funds, right? That's our life. It really is a matrix in a way. Wow, this card wanted to come out. New moon in Aquarius, Josephine. Open up to change. Josephine, big changes are forecast, but you need to let events unfold with as little steering as possible from you. Sometimes you just need to take a bit of space from a person or from a situation. If you know you've been too emotional about someone or something, this card offers you the chance to cool things down. A rational, even slightly aloof assessment of your current circumstances are called for. Allow for things to develop. Try to think of your situation from a different angle. This card is an especially good sign for matters related to friends, networks, a wish coming true, science, tech, or online dating. Be yourself. Independence doesn't have to mean loneliness. A group of people rather than one person may be the ones to help you. Your manifestation affirmation, there is only me. It's safe to be me, and I love me. There has definitely been a miscommunication here. There's been a miscommunication here, Josephine, where I feel like someone is purposefully misconstruing what you're saying. So, meaning they know exactly what you're saying. They understand where you're coming from. They know what you're asking for. They just either don't want to give it, they can't give it, they don't know how to tell you that they don't want to or can't give it, or they're toxic and they're purposefully just spinning you around. I feel like if you were to step back and talk to at least one person, but I'm seeing several here who have been through kind of what this is you're going through with this other person, you're going to be able to see it from an unbiased viewpoint. So the advice Spirit likes to give through me a lot is take a step back and think about the person you love more than anyone in the world. What advice would you give that person if they were in your situation? Guys, that is how you can see any situation from an unbiased viewpoint. Take a step back. What advice would you give your daughter, your granddaughter, your mother, your father, your brother, your son, the person that you're closest to, that you love the most? What would you tell them? And Josephine, I feel like your team is telling you look, you can't see things clearly right now. This other person either doesn't want to or is refusing to, either can't or is refusing to see things clearly. So you need a break. The one thing that I don't want to see you doing, that Spirit doesn't want to see you doing in the next week or two, is texting this person nonstop, calling them nonstop, showing up at their house unannounced and banging on the door. You need a break from that. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. I don't know what this is, but you both need time to cool off, reassess, and figure out where you're coming from. Nothing is going to be accomplished as far as the two of you. So I don't know if this is a relationship. It could be your boss. You and this person should not be together in the same room discussing things in the next week or two. You both should be getting outside opinions and trying to see the whole thing from the other person's perspective or from the perspective of someone who's completely on the outside. And then come back in 3 or 4 weeks, even 2 weeks, because I know sometimes if it is a love interest, you can't wait 3 weeks. and talk it out. I don't really feel like this is a toxic person who's purposefully, blowing you off, not wanting to hear you. I think they genuinely don't understand your position. They don't understand where you're coming from. So take a step back, take a break, take a breath. Angie. So everybody, Angie Estrella is my niece. That is my sister, Carol, who comes in here sometimes, daughter. She's my other mini because I always considered her my daughter. I'm 10 years older than her, but we're always super duper close. And I'm just so proud of her and I love her so much. And I'm glad that you're in here. So Angie, you're new. Don't go anywhere because we'll bump you up a little bit so you don't have to wait in line as long. And welcome. It's so good to see you. You found the best chat on the internet. I'm just saying. Who's next?
Blue.
Blue, I'm going to use the Oracle of the Radiant Sun. Thank you, Miss Smoochie. I appreciate that. Angie, meet the crew. Welcome to the island of misfit toys, where your Aunt Gemma is the ringleader of the circus. Smoochie, we'll get there, honey. We'll get there. All right, Blue Crossroads, Oracle of the Radiant Sun, which, by the way, was a lovely gift from Aunt Edna, along with the Moldavite earrings that I wear constantly. Everyone tries to guess what the Moldavites are, and I love you too, sweetheart. They never guess. Not one person has ever guessed what the Moldavites are. They'll be like, what are those? They're so pretty. And I'll be like, go ahead, guess. And they're like, emeralds. Nope. All right. Angie, I have the perfect deck for you too. All right. Blue, you got the Sun in Cancer, card number 4, and it is the card of resourcefulness. So we were talking about signs earlier, and I was saying I know so many Cancers and so many Leos. Angie is the only female Virgo I believe I know besides one of my younger sisters. Any female Virgos in here? I know, Ghost, you're a Virgo. But Virgo suns and Pisces suns are supposed to get along the best because we're opposites. Like, you guys are the 6th sign, I'm the 12th sign. It's the polar opposite, I guess it would be called, which is why we connect so well. All right, Blue. The Sun Cancer nature is emotionally sensitive and considers feelings to be of paramount importance. Now, remember, this doesn't mean you're a Sun in Cancer. Obviously, Blue, I know you are a Libra Sun, but it does mean this is the energy coming in for you in the next 2 weeks. This card describes a powerfully nurturing person, and whether the question it relates to concerns family, home, or business, the same caring qualities come into play. As people with this planet sign combination experience most things on an emotional level, decisions are based on how they feel rather than cold logic. Sun Cancer people also have an excellent memory for past life events. The need for security is prominent for Sun Cancerians, and indeed this card defines a careful person who is happier with a little something put away for a rainy day. Someone with this planet sign aspect feels a strong need to collect and accumulate both objects and helpful people, and has difficulty in getting rid of things just in case they may become handy. Y'all should meet my husband, who is a Cancer Sun. This shrewd and acquisitive talent is useful in business, in which the Sun Cancerian excels. Often people with this aspect expend time and energy in making the home a place of beauty and luxury. Such a natural feeling for property and its potential gives a head start in real estate matters. Sun Cancer people put down strong roots, and it takes a lot to move them once they're settled. When selected, Blue Crossroads. This card suggests that family background is more than usually important. Inherited family traditions contribute much to the way in which the questioner lives. So those requiring sympathy, suspicion based on previous experience, big family occasions, reunions, inheritances, and paternal contracts. So I'm getting a couple things here. The first thing that I'm getting is, you being around more family. And I think that that's definitely something that's true. And if you're not around them all the time, or more now that you moved, you're definitely communicating with them more, or at least really, really wanting to. Josephine, you're welcome. So I don't really see any issues except, what's up, Jason? Except maybe you are longing for something that you had in the past. So this isn't like a person to person thing. So you're not longing for a person, but you might be longing for the kind of love you had with them, right? You're not longing for a job, but you're longing for the fun you had while working at XYZ company. There's something here that it's like a time of reminiscence. And we talked about this last week with you too, where you're kind of, just thinking on things and thinking about life. And what the warning here is, though, is like, again, don't get stuck and don't start becoming paranoid about. So I'm going to use this as an example. You're getting into a new relationship with somebody that you really like and you feel like you're really clicking with them. But every single little thing that happens, you start thinking that, this person's just like so-and-so, they're going to use me, or this person's just like so-and-so, they're definitely lying about that, or this person's just like, so like those types of things, don't make this person pay for the last person's groceries, so to speak. I don't know. I heard it on the Delilah show one night. You don't know who Delilah is? I don't know what to tell you. Make sure that you're giving credit where credit's due. Make sure that you're only judging people based on their actions towards you, and that you're really paying attention to the whole picture. There may be something going on with someone that you're close to that you have no idea about. So instead of thinking that there's something with you that's the problem, maybe ask them. If you feel like somebody's holding something back from you, instead of automatically putting that on yourself, why not just ask them, like, hey, is there something maybe that you're not telling me, or something that you want to talk about from the show? Yeah, from the show, girl. 1027. All right, I'm having too many conversations in my head at once. Yay! Ryan's here. Blue, I do feel like there are some things going on that you don't know about. Maybe someone's not ready to talk with you about. Don't push them. The time will come when it comes. Continue to spend time with family. I do feel like there could be some like found money here. I'm not saying like $1 million inheritance, but like maybe you come across, some antique that as you're like unpacking your boxes that was in your garage and it ends up being worth $1,000. There is some extra income coming in the rest of the month of July for you. I'd say in the next 2 weeks. Just stay focused on you, stay focused on your family, and do not start doing that Libra thing where you overthink everything, because you will drive yourself cuckoo. Who's next?
Melissa. Hello, Miss Bacon.
Melissa, we're going to use Queen Maeve. Oh, I love her. I think she's still on. She actually, she owns like this huge farm in like upstate New York, and or wherever she's from. Don't be a Libra, bro. And she has like 13 kids, and she broadcasts right from her own house. So I love Libras. They do tend to like overthink, and they can be really mean when they feel like you're like crossing them. They're a very vengeful sign. Not as bad as Sagittarius though, but they're pretty bad. Not to give myself away, but nobody's like Pisces when they decide to become vindictive. Except maybe Virgos. All right. Miss Bacon. Libra's a great sign. My son Damien's a Libra. I know how much you love Damien. Oh, okay. So we have Miss Grey Wolf tonight on the 12th. My son will be 6 tomorrow. My husband's birthday's Sunday. And then we have Jason on Monday. Very cool. I'm telling you, cancers everywhere. Yeah, Heather. Yeah. Yeah. You're a Virgo. Okay, because I was looking for other Virgo women. They are, but Scorpios usually will need like a real reason, right? Like with Pisces, you can push them so far, and then once they snap, you won't necessarily, like with Pisces, you won't even know that you done effed up until like 5 years later when they decide that they're going to end your world. Scorpios are like immediate, like, I'm going to get you. You are not getting away with this. The I will love. Melissa, this is your card number 17. Angie, you better still be in here because you're coming up. Commit to true partnership. You do not live in the shallows. You are a creature of the wild and mysterious deep, and you have pulled or about to pull someone beautiful into your exotic and magical world. A part of you might wish for a universally accommodating partner, one who never fails to dote on you, agrees with you, and gives you everything for which you ask. But you would quickly grow tired of this arrangement, Melissa. You do not desire a servant or a devotee. You desire an equal. There is tension between equals, particularly those who are attracted to each other or who desire to build or create something beautiful together. This is not to say that you should ever tolerate or justify any mistreatment or abuse. We've been through this. It's just to say that when you pull someone you care about into your world, you must expect to be drawn into their world as well. Sometimes this will involve disagreements and conflict as you learn how to navigate the waters of your relationship together. But most of the time, if it's a relationship worth keeping, joy and harmony will reign supreme. This will include laughter, passion, inspiration, and mutual support. And often the discord you experience will eventually spark healing, fresh perspectives, and empowering new ways of being that you never previously could have imagined. This relationship may indeed be destined to last a lifetime, but even if it's not, it's a significant step on your journey. It's an opportunity to show love. So don't hesitate to show someone your world, to share what you are passionate about, describe your past experiences and how they have shaped you, and open your heart to trust. In turn, be curious about your partner's world as well and commit to the wild and unpredictable journey of letting your worlds collide. It's wonderful to find someone with whom you connect. So follow the impulse to summon them down into your watery lair. Be bold, decisive, and unapologetic about who you are, but don't seek to manipulate or dominate. Allow the other person their freedom. And be willing to swim up to your partner's realm above the waves, even if that occasionally requires you to leave your comfort zone behind. Be curious, be brave, go deep, and see where this partnership leads. What's up, Miss Pixie? So, Melissa, I'm not sure that this is romantic. I'm definitely, I mean, it could be, but that's not the initial, like when I see romance, the first thing I see is like the hearts, and it's very cliche, but it's how my mind works. The running through the fields. I see this more of like as an empowering partnership in your life. There is someone coming in or who just came in, I'd say in the next 2 to 4 weeks, that you are just going to connect with. And this person is fun. They're exciting, but they're not like dangerous in a way where you feel like you're going to get arrested if you chill with them. They're not going to, physically assault you if they get mad with you. This person is like just enough of fun on your level for you to be able to want to get to know them better. I do feel like a lot of the insecurities from this past relationship that you just had, which was incredibly toxic and incredibly abusive, it's going to come to the surface. And I would normally, like as Gemma, if I were the one giving advice, I'd be like, don't talk about that right away. But for some reason, your team is here telling me, get that like off your chest immediately. You don't have to go into like extreme detail, but like if you get that off your chest and like let them know right away what it is that you just went through, I feel like you're going to find even more of a commonality with them, right? You're going to bond with them even more. And I know you might be feeling right now like, I'm not going to meet, and this is crazy. Like I just ended this. I'm not looking. Well, the universe doesn't care if you're looking or not. They're going to put this person in your path. Now, if you decide to accept this opportunity and allow this person inside your world, and if you decide to, no, Jason, I did not just hang out. you're not ready for romance. This could end up being a really amazing, true friendship where you can learn that like maybe guys and girls can be friends, right? This is someone, whether it's male or female. I do see a strong emphasis on male, but it could be a woman with a lot of masculine in their chart. So I don't know. It doesn't need to be romantic, but this person is written into your life. So you contracted this person when you're in the fifth dimension, writing out your contract for life. You two decided that you were going to meet at this time. And I feel like this is the perfect time for you to meet this person. You need a distraction. You need the boost, the buildup, right? You need someone physically there saying, don't call him. Oh, you're thinking of him. Let's go. This person is going to be significantly important to your healing process and to just the way you elevate in general, moving on from everything you've just been through. So do yourself a favor, right? And if you get offered the opportunity to go out to dinner, to go out to a movie, as long as, you make sure the other person knows that it's not a romantic thing, I feel like this person is so meant to be in your life that you're going to be able to dictate what role they play. So even if they are romantically interested, they're going to value you as a human being first and foremost. So they'll be able to put those feelings aside and just be able to be there for you. This is a really strong, friendship connection that I don't see very often, or ever really. So I feel like it's really important that you accept invitations out. I am seeing though one thing is like, be careful because the toxicity from your past, I feel like he's not quite done yet. Like he's still trying to destroy, like he's still like could possibly even be like literally stalking you. So just be careful and like going places alone in the dark. I would even say get pepper spray or mace, whatever's legal where you live. And I'm not trying to sound dramatic or put a damper on this really beautiful reading, but I do see someone like skulking around you. And I know the energy of that garbage human being. So that's exactly what I see, like you coming into some kind of trouble, possibly of the physical kind, because you've decided to embrace this new friendship. Yeah, you need this in your life. So step by step, just make sure you're accepting at least some invitations out, and you'll know instinctively and intuitively who to go and where to, where to go and who to go with.
Okay, next person, you go ahead and do Angie. Then after Angie, you're going to do Heather B.
All right. Angie girl, I am using the Vampire Oracle. No worries, Miss Pixie. Thank you for coming in last night and coming back. Everyone was so excited to see you again. It was good to see you out there sharing and helping everyone the way you do. I've got an aunt and I'm not afraid to use her. Yeah, Jason, you don't have to be there to understand it, right? I mean, I think the simple concept of love and respect and humanity, it's universal, regardless of what situation you're in. I think any normal person can understand those concepts, regardless of where you're at in that part of your journey. All right, Angie girl. Resurrection, reprise, recovery, comeback. Card number 44. What's up, Divine Empathic? All right. Like the 9 lived vampire kitties in this beautiful image, you two have more than one chance and more than one life. Angie, you have before you at this moment not just a second chance, you have a true new start in front of you. You have a chance to make over your life and to rise from what you thought was a stagnant place and have adventures, recreation, recreation. We vampires know only too well what it's like to arise from death, to transform from one kind of being to another. The same and yet so very changed. You have almost given up on yourself, almost lost touch with your enthusiasm for life. You have thought sometimes maybe this is it and found some kind of comfort in what you call acceptance. But we're here to show you that right in front of you, right at your feet, right in this moment, is the chance you have secretly dreamed for so long. You have the chance to completely change your life. And if you choose to take up the offer of this card, of your life being remade and renewed, be assured that the very best of yourself that never had the chance for expression before will now have its moment. But it requires that you arise, shake off the past, and start again. You can be as one who was dead, who is now reborn. You have so much more to do, to give, to become, put away all thoughts that your life was static and already decided upon. You have forgiven yourself. Now you must remake your own life. This is a wonderful time to look for a new job, to make important changes to your home or living situation, to move countries, to change your career, and to even change your appearance. Everything you need to revive and continue with renewed optimism and energy is with you at this time. The vampires, the experts on new life, confirm that it is so. You are about to rise again, and those who will be surprised will be inspired to change their own lives in the places that need it most too. So the blessing of this card, this change can be made, and swiftly ask for assistance and it will be yours. Let go now and move swiftly through the transition. The curse, you may feel that in order to change, you have to play pretend. We wish you to know that you have many facets to you. This new life will bring you astonishing new gifts, and it has come to you for a reason. It's time to make things happen for yourself. It's time to actively explore what you have always denied yourself the chance to do. For there is a path clearing before you, but it requires an enormous amount of determination on your behalf. You must remake yourself. Look within and see what has less than satisfied you. And know that something that you thought was over, done with, and decided is truly about to surprise you. So yeah, I feel like it really is accurate. And I kind of like, I'm not shocked because that's literally what I do here. What's up, Latro? So yeah, guys, please at the very least, hit the thumbs up. I appreciate it. So what this is saying is don't find yourself settling. Right? After everything you've been through in your whole entire life, instead of kind of becoming a slave to that, make it work in your favor, right? Because now you know what not to do. All the mistakes you've made, all of the things that have been done to you by other people's mistakes, even the purposeful things that you've been through. You and my friend Melissa in here do have a lot in common in that area with relationships. The universe is saying, like, I'm seeing you like you're in a good place, but this isn't necessarily where you're actually supposed to be. I feel like and I'm not only talking about your romantic relationship, just take this as it resonates, because I don't want you to think I'm talking poop about anybody. It's just like there's something here that you know for a fact you're settling, but it's like so much easier to settle than to have to like put yourself out there. So for example, say like you're working a really crappy job, you know you can do so much better, make so much more money doing something else. And the opportunity has presented itself, but it's like, then you have to work more hours, then you have to sacrifice your nightlife, like that. The universe is saying, how bad do you want whatever it is you want, right? A quote unquote normal life, real love, a family, the white picket fence. Or maybe you want to be free to travel the country or travel the world. And it's like, yeah, right, Aunt Gemma, where am I ever going to get the money? You can. But the first thing that has to happen is you have to believe you deserve better. And the minute you truly believe you deserve better, all of these little opportunities for you to do and be better than you are in the situation you're in are going to start presenting themselves. It's going to be like, what a coincidence. I was just saying how, I deserve more pay, and now I've got 2 other job offers. You know what I mean? It's like you're going to have to sacrifice something, but the sacrifice you're being asked to make in whatever this is, it's like, deep down inside that it's really not much compared to what you're about to gain. So this is the universe in the next week or 2 specifically. Start looking around for opportunities. I feel like there are things that you're keeping in your heart, you're keeping close to you. So you may not be talking to someone about, like, I'm just saying romantic relationship as an example. So I'm not saying this is specifically what's happening, just an example. you may not be telling your significant other that like you're unhappy in the relationship because of XYZ, because you're just happy right now to have someone there. And maybe for a little while that was enough. But if you haven't felt it yet, it's like the universe is going to give you a big kick in the butt. And it's going to be like, yeah, you settled for a little bit. You got comfortable in that space. Now it's time to move on. You didn't ever really belong there. It was just a stopping point, a resting place. If you put the work behind the manifestations, you can have anything that you want. Okay? Literally anything in this world. Don't be like me. I've been telling you this your whole life, and only start figuring this out in your late 30s when you already feel trapped in something. You know, you're young, you're beautiful, you're smart, you're a great mother. You have to move on from what's been done to you. And sometimes that's not always easy. But I feel like in the next couple of weeks, you're going to be feeling really strong, and you're going to be understanding that those things that were done to you had nothing to do with you. No jam today, Blue Cross Rose. Jam is only for tomorrow and yesterday. So Angie, yeah, definitely take these intuitive hits. Take the hints the universe is throwing out at you, right? So like when you feel uncomfortable around a new person, know that you come from a family of witches, of knowers, of oracles, of seers, of psychics, of healers. We do have magic in our blood, right? Particularly the women. So you're going to know immediately that this person is a piece of poop or a bad person, even if nobody else sees it. It's okay for you to not be around that person. Do you know what I'm saying? You don't have to put yourself in uncomfortable situations that you know are a bad idea just to go with the flow, just to be accepted. Like, we're not in high school anymore. You are going to, in the next 2 weeks, have at least a couple opportunities to kind of up your game, to advance, to elevate into abundance, and move from something that's to something that's like, oh my gosh, like, yes, this is the first step to the rest of my life. Yes. But you're going to have to work hard, be really determined. And most important, you're going to have to stop listening to what other people say about what you're doing. Not like, F you, you can't tell me what to do, but just like, I appreciate your advice, but I'm going to do it this way. Do you know what I'm saying? Burn the bridges. We ride at dawn. I've got matches.
Heather B.
So Heather, I'm going to use the Woman in Total Control of Herself Witch deck for you tonight. Yes, Anna, for sure. Anna says, it's a curse and a blessing all balled together. Listen to your instincts, Angie. And it's true. You know, until I embraced all of this, as you saw when you were growing up, I was a mess. You're welcome, sweetheart. Keep in touch. My phone number hasn't changed. I still don't talk on the phone, though, so you can text me. I feel like I'm kind of a hermit, except for YouTube. Well, that's because we're raised to think of it as a curse. You know, if say we have precognizance, right? Say that's your gift, and you're in school, you're 5 years old, and you tell the teacher that she's going to fall down the stairs at lunchtime, right? And then she does. You're going to be looked at like you're crazy. You're going to be mocked, made fun of, picked apart, possibly get in trouble. So you're going to learn real quick, don't say that. And that's why it's such a curse. You know, when you're someone who sees spirits and you start telling your parents, you know, there's a monster in your closet, they're more than likely, at least back when I was being raised, going to be like, there's no effing monster there. Get back in bed and quit crying before I give you something to cry about. So then you learn to like, you know, now I'm seeing things because my parents, who I trust with all my heart, say that that's not there. Jason, you bent away. That's what we're here for. No problem, Jim. Have a good night. Nevada and New Mexico and Arizona, for some reason, like every time I think of those 3 states, I think of aliens. Really, Mark? Has it been a year already? That's crazy. That's cool, though. I love that you remember that. Okay, Heather. All right. So you got card number 35, the Harpy of Rage. All right. Rage can be purifying. Like the harpies of Homeric poems, rage can bring the storm winds that scour and wipe a landscape clean. While this may seem a destructive force on the surface, rage, like the harpies, can bring change and shift landscapes both internal and external. Quiet or loud, a wild howl or a hiss in the dark, anger is both purposeful and natural, so stop bottling it and shoving it away in order to be pleasing to others. The most powerful witch gathers her rage. Rather than shrieking into the wind where her passion can be swallowed, she will find her branch and settle into a position of power. Using her authority, she will choose her time and cry out her claim. She offers her anger to her art, her cause, her community, resulting in a rallying gang of change. Behold! A witch pours her rage into her creativity, advocacy, and commitment. She's also willing to peck out and devour rage against her own self through the radical wings of self-forgiveness. So, Heather, yeah, I do feel like you are bottling up, even if it could be, I do see rage, but I see a lot of feelings that you're just not dealing with. Now, we've talked about this before where I've been talking about like how I just emotionally detach, speak only in facts, try not to get emotional, don't talk about anything, right? But you do have to take that energy and put it somewhere, right? You can't just keep it to yourself and never do anything with it because you'll go crazy. And I feel like that might be where you're at right now. You don't know where to put it. You know you shouldn't be giving your energy to this person for this reason. You know, you can't get angry with them even though they're the one that purposefully enraged you because you're just feeding them supply and you don't want to do that. But you can't turn your rage on someone else. So what do? You transmute it. You turn it into something else. So what I do when I get really sad or upset is I write. That's what I do. And the reason I do that, not only because I love writing, but because that is the way I make money. That is the way I feel like I'm going to get my beach house and my retreat. So what I do is I take all that rage, that anger, that hurt, that pain, and I turn it into exactly what I feel I need to elevate and move forward. And I feel like that's what the universe is telling you to do. Don't just bottle up your feelings because you are going to end up snapping. And I do see like that could end up being a pretty dangerous situation when anybody finally explodes, right? But especially when you're dealing with someone they're just waiting for that to happen. That is literally the end game for them, is to get that to happen. So what the universe is telling you to do is, like school, for instance, whatever you're doing to better yourself, to elevate yourself, to move yourself up and eventually away from what and or whoever this really toxic ball of mess is, put the energy into that. And I feel, I don't want to out you. I feel, Heather, like you need a good cry. I don't know if you just had one or if you really, really need one. I feel like there is at least one person in your life that you can just lean on and just let it out. You are bottling up so much sadness, anger, frustration, rage, terror, heartbreak. And I feel like it's okay to talk about this with at least one person you trust, right? You don't want to tell too many people. You don't want to be looked at like you're whiny or, weak. But at the end of the day, you're human. And I do feel like you have at least one person where you can vent this out to. And not only that, this is you finally opening up about the truth of something to someone you trust, and you can get some advice and maybe, figure something else out that'll work quicker than what you're trying to put into play. Because I do feel you're trying to escape from something. I don't know what it is. I know Batmom is so hard to receive that and not start bawling my eyes out. I don't know what or who it is, but you're trying to slowly, like methodically plan your escape. So whether it's a job or a toxic relationship, getting away from your parents, like whatever it is, I feel like if you would just let one other person in and stop holding on to everything yourself, that other person will be able to work with you to move this faster. And if you ever need to vent through text, even if it's crying voice text, you have my number. I don't judge. You can ask a lot of people in here who do text me. I may not always get back to you, but if you want to send me a 25-minute long voice text, I will listen. Doesn't bother me. And my phone stays on a do not disturb. So you can literally message me at 3 a.m. as long as you don't expect a text back. You can't even bother me. See the Harpy of Rage? She doesn't look so rageful. She doesn't look so vengeful. She just looks focused. Like she knows, you know, whoever she's looking at knows they done messed up. Let me tell you that. I don't know why I just did that. Okay. Who's next? You guys make me feel silly. Ralph, okay. Ralph, I'm going to use the Blue Crossroads deck, Deep, Dark, and Dangerous. So, Jason, I was just reading for Heather B. And I usually, Ghetto Harpy, I've been called that before, actually. But right before I read for you, I always say your name out loud. So you'll know it's for you if you get to listen. And that's right, Mike. I just made some room in my second walk-in for all of my dresses. And I think I'm going to start wearing them because it's so beautiful out. And I just love them. And I have nowhere else to wear them. So all right. Woo! And that's crazy. All right, Ralph. I hope you're still here. That is very sharp, nuts up.
He's here.
Okay. So, Ralph, you got the Sphinx. Jason, don't worry about it. I don't see half of what's in the chat, so you could say something 4 times. I'll only catch it once anyway because there's so much going on behind the scenes. Thank you, Miss Heather. I wasn't sure about these ones, but I was like, I haven't worn really long ones in a while, and these have really pretty purple and gold butterflies. So thank you for noticing. Okay, Ralph, you got the card of gratification, card number 40. Mark your successes. Use your intellect, be wise, and as such, know that you can't know it all. Be curious. You don't always need to expect to receive something immediately. Take your time to do things well. Delayed gratification can build character and achieve big goals. Guard what is integral to you. Everything that annoys or irritates you about someone else should tell you a lot about yourself. The mythos of the Sphinx carries right through the ancient worlds of Greece, Egypt, and Asia. Her appearance, though, doesn't change much and features the head of a human, falcon, cat, or sheep, and the body of a lion with the wings of a falcon. In the Greek myth, the Sphinx, a child of Typhon, is female and intelligent yet deadly. She will slay anyone not able to answer her riddles. In Egypt, the Sphinx has the head of a man and was considered benevolent and protective, guarding entrances to important buildings like temples. The famous Great Sphinx of Giza in Egypt is the image most people know of the Sphinx, and in this case, unusually, the features of the Sphinx face appear to be that of the pharaoh Khafre. We unfortunately have no reliable archaeological evidence of why this may be so, or even any evidence concerning the creation of such a prominent statue, so it's still a mystery. In Southeast Asia, the man lions that often sit at the doorways of temples are said to take away the sins of the visiting devotees and to protect them while they pray. Perhaps the most famous myth regarding the Sphinx is the Greek version, which is the story of the deathly riddles. The Sphinx guards the entrance to the great city of Thebes and only lets travelers through if they answer correctly. Then later, she begins to strangle and devour anyone who does not know the answer. People are wary about entering at all, and the Sphinx is gratified at being fed so many people who simply don't pass her tests. The riddle is this: which creature has one voice and yet becomes 4-footed and 2-footed and 3-footed? Eventually, it is Oedipus who manages to work out the answer. Man, who crawls on all 4s as a baby, then walks on 2 feet as an adult, and then uses a walking stick in old age. The Sphinx is outraged and decides to ask him a second riddle, knowing full well that if he fails, she's going to kill him. No, Smoochie. There are two sisters. One gives birth to the other, and she in turn gives birth to the first. Who are the sisters? She asks. Oedipus takes his time but answers day and night. He is correct, and he's not killed. Shamed and devastated that she has no gratification and no hope of recovering her reputation, the Sphinx throws herself from the high rocks and perishes. Your plant's companion is Acacia, and your crystal companion is beryl, which I always say I'm going to look up what beryl is, and I never do. I probably have some. So, Ralph, what this card is saying is, I feel like it's saying like things, if you look in your instincts, right, in your intuition, your energy, and in your spirit, instead of like trying to use your rational minds or even follow and flow through things with your heart, if you would just look instinctually at something, you will have the answer. You already know what the answer is to any question you may have, especially in the next week or two, because your intuition is on point. It's your spirit team guiding you. They're making sure you know the right choices to make. The problem is the only way they can get through to you is through putting this little intuitive hit inside of you. If you choose to ignore it, you very well could end up making the wrong decision. There is a lot of abundance and kind of like boss energy associated with this card. There is almost the inability to fail. There's something here you're about to undertake or that you feel you really want to do, you really want to obtain or achieve, something you've been working hard towards, whether it's like you wanted to save X amount of money, you wanted to, buy a new house, get a new job. There's something here that a year ago seemed absolutely impossible. And now as you get closer and closer to it, and you're putting the actionable steps behind the manifestations you've been making, the only thing left to do is accept that it's actually happening. There is a power move here, Ralph. And I feel like in the next week or two, you are going to benefit greatly by following your intuition. This is a really good card for you. I'm not getting really any bad or negative energy, except for you second guessing yourself and allowing other people around you to play into those second guesses, because people are going to be thinking about this along the terms of like rational thinking, right? What would a reasonable, rational person do? But here's the thing. It's a spiritual decision because it's connected to your contract. So while you can think, intellectually all you want, your mind is never going to come to the same conclusion as your gut, your instinct is, because your spirit team, your ancestors, your angels, your guides, your deceased loved ones, they're putting this information in your instinct, right? So follow your intuition, only your intuition, even if your mind is like, nope, that's wrong. Nope, that's wrong. If you just let it lead you, let it pull you, like a dog does when you're walking it, right? You kind of just are pulled along a little bit. Let it guide you, and you will end up somewhere you've never dreamed of being, or with something you never actually thought you'd obtain, even though you've been working really hard towards it. It could be an actual physical thing, or it could be something like, radical acceptance or something. This is a really amazing card. The energy of it is great. And Ralph, like I said, just as long as you don't second guess yourself to death, to like the point where you change your mind and go a different route, this is going to be an awesome 2 weeks. Mama Cindy, Black Dragon, Jules, my Julie girl, Miss Wendy, guess who's back? Back again. Wendy's back. Tell a friend. Yes, Angie, this was a really, really good card. And, I have 200 decks, maybe a couple more, and I can pull this card next week. And this is the best thing about reading intuitively. It'll be there's never like the same reading twice. And I think that's one of the reasons people like this stream a lot too. Who's next?
Okay, first of all, 2 things. Would you like to give Cindy and Andrew a timestamp later? Andrew had to go back to work. That's fine. And Cindy's waiting for them to come back in the room and knock her back out again. So
yeah, that's fine.
Okay, then go ahead and do Wendy, because she was in earlier and she's right on the next in the list. So
you got it. Okay, Miss Wendy, let's see. What do we want to do here? Let's do Fairy Forest. Smoochie, no problem, only if you're sure, though. Yes, my brother from another mother is here, and he's not going to go anywhere until he gets a reading. I'm here for the party, and I ain't leaving till they throw me out. This is Wendy, right? Okay. Smoochy, I hear you. Yeah, I went back and listened to that stream. I know that was a heavy one. Yeah, Andrew and Mama Cindy can have timestamps later. Absolutely. Anything for my Nomeo and my Mama Cindy. Oh, so guys, if you haven't caught it yet, please go watch the Susan Powell video I premiered on yesterday. There's usually 2 videos on Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, but summer, it's just 1 video every Thursday at 11 a.m. Eastern. And Susan, I had help with that from her. I'm really, really proud of that video. I know y'all love when I cover true crime, and then it got 35 views, which is pretty bad considering I have almost 5,000 subscribers. So if you didn't catch it yet, just go and listen to it. I would definitely appreciate it. And I'll have some new shorts up on Sunday night, hopefully. All right. Miss Wendy. You got, oh, ouch, the 8th. Nobility, grace, and gratitude. Card number 6. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, but within every moment, within all responsibilities and circumstances, lies the opportunity to be noble, to be graceful, and to be grateful. And this is 8th, a wise being who is able to listen to the pleas and requests and the demands and to respond without pressure or frustration or tension. She's able to distill the clamor about her into calm and focus and on one simple deed at a time. She's not one to sacrifice herself, nor will she allow herself to be influenced or to be dominated. Nor is she overwhelmed, despite the vast nature of her realm and her responsibilities. She wears her duties lightly, just as she does this crown. And this is your message, Wendy. Find a way to slow down the demands of your life, create boundaries, cease feeling so obligated to sacrifice your needs for the needs of others who are simply noisier and more entitled. For this moment, breathe and still yourself, and then carefully move forward, focusing on one thing at a time, giving each task your absolute attention. Now is the time for you to be as gracious when you say no as when you give your agreement. Never be cruel or snap and condemn simply because it would be easiest to do so. 8th reminds us that even when under pressure, when duty and status come great, with duty and status come great responsibility, and we must remember our blessings in order to develop our own contentment. We must extend patience and endow others with dignity, be kind, and be grateful that we have the opportunities that we have to change the world for the better every day. Yeah, this is pretty amazing. I'm not going to lie. So, Wendy, I do feel like you're under a lot of pressure. There's a lot of stress. And I feel like so many light workers are dealing with that right now because spiritually we're evolving. But when you spiritually evolve, it kind of feels like you're dying, literally. Like everything's falling to poop. Everything's poopily. People are poop. Like it just all stinks. And I feel like for you specifically in the next week or 2, you're just very overwhelmed. And the universe is saying you really don't have to be, because it's just that you're taking on more than your fair share. And here's the thing. Sometimes we have to do that in relationships, whether they're romantic relationships or like with our kids, with our boss. Like sometimes at work, we have to step up, for someone who's not doing as much. But it's like you're doing this in every area of your life for every person that needs it. Either the people around you don't understand that no is a complete sentence, or you have not yet explained this to them. I do feel like you're being taken advantage of in several areas of your life, and you're being taken advantage of, but you don't want to deal with the conflict, right? I think conflict avoidance is a big theme in the next 2 weeks for you, whether you're normally like that or not. So like, what's up, Netter? So normally you may not care like about telling someone no, like go F yourself. I'm not doing that. But for some reason in the next couple of weeks, It's like you just don't want to deal with conflict. You don't want to deal with any more drama. So you're just going along to get along. The problem is you have a lot of savages around you, like these people that will see you as weak and they'll dump their poop on you and you'll scoop it right up because you're like, whatever. I always say this, and I heard someone else say it recently, and I was like, oh, I say that all the time. So setting a boundary is super duper easy, right? But particularly with light workers, enforcing the boundary is the problem. So I can tell you all day long, if you talk to me like that again, I'm going to block you. But I won't block you when you talk to me like that again 100 times. Because then I got to deal with the conflict. I got to deal with the aftermath. The universe is saying, don't worry about that. You were given great responsibility as it is, as long as you're showing gratitude for the things that you're earning, gaining, and achieving for the hard work you put in. You're allowed to say no. And I do feel like hearing this, you're already thinking of people, and like people you can tell kind of like, and you don't want to tell anyone to like F off, even though you probably do want to. I feel like this is the universe challenging you to be kind to the people who have not been kind to you, but also set those clear boundaries and enforce them. And if you have to be a bit unkind about it, that's okay, because the act of saying no in and of itself is not being unkind. It's just saying no. Just because I have $1 million doesn't mean I have to give you 10. I don't have to. I would, but I don't have to. This is the universe telling you to stop allowing people to take advantage of your kindness, your good nature, right? Do for the people who do for you. Give to the people who give to you. This is reciprocity. This is the energy, right? So if you're a cup of water and you're allowing anyone and everyone who comes along to sip from you, at the end of the day, you're going to be empty. If not a single one of those people who took a sip can pour a drop in, these are not people you want to be around. They're not reciprocating your energy. So when you give your energy to them or to whatever project they're working on or whatever they're doing, you're just giving your energy away. You're not getting that energy back from them. That's why you're drained at the end of the day, because you're giving, and people are taking. Nobody's saying, thank you, I'll do this for you, or let me pay you back that loan. You know what I mean? There's nothing reciprocal about so many situations in your life. So in the next week or two, I would really, the advice is to like trim the fat. Only do what's absolutely necessary. I do feel like you need to take a break from as much as possible, kind of realign yourself and become more goal orientated and goal focused, because you're being so distracted that I don't even think you realize you haven't worked towards your goals in so long. The universe is saying, how do you expect to achieve a goal if you're not putting any energy into to back up the goal? How can you manifest something if you're not putting actionable steps behind the manifestation? I can sit here all day and be like, yeah, I'm going to be famous on YouTube. But if I don't even have a YouTube channel, how do I expect that to happen? There's a difference between manifesting and knowing that something is going to happen because you're working hard to being lazy and ridiculous, right? Or to giving so much to everyone else that you forget to start the YouTube channel, right? You don't have time for you. You don't have time for your goals. That is not acceptable to the universe. I would, if I were you, with this message, take time out in the next 2 weeks, only do what you absolutely have to for other people, and start focusing a lot of that energy inward. No one's going to reciprocate energy to you like you. No one's going to give back to you like you. And I know that sounds strange, but it's so true.
Okay, Mark is next. Then after Mark, since Andrew's in chat, go ahead and do him after Mark.
All right, Mark, I'm using the Archangel Animal. I'm glad, Wendy. Also, if you want to send me 25-minute voice text, I'm in. I laughed out loud today when you said that. Just say you did make me laugh. You made my day. I see you, Blue. We have a lot of people that have a deep connection with music in here. I notice that every week the conversation always ends up towards food and music. She drives me crazy like no one else. I hate that guy's voice, but I love that song. Ryan, don't you dare leave without a reading. All right, Mark. Sorry, let me get this to you. She's like, I want to talk. Me too, Melissa. It's the only song I know of theirs as well. Last week was such an amazing stream. I listened to it almost in full, which I normally don't do. So, okay, you got the guinea pig. Do your part to illuminate the universe. Archangel Mary. Got giraffe, goat, gray squirrel, guinea pig. This is the card of love. Mark, just reading it starts to connect you energetically to the guinea pigs and through them to the cosmic heart. Be open to receive a download of agape. Remember that when love flows from your heart, it ignites the hearts of all of those around you. Then, for a brief and glorious moment, you activate and light up the stellar links throughout creation with bright pink love. In this way, you do your part to illuminate the universe. In response, the cosmos floods you with love and all manner of abundance. Just relax and trust, knowing that love is coming to you. So that's the thing here. Like, the main message is just relax and trust. I feel like there are a lot of unknowns. Even if they're not like actual unknowns, Mark, in your mind now, you're going through a lot, physically, mentally, emotionally, psychically, spiritually, and like your mind is reeling and racing at certain times. The universe is saying just like slow down and remember that you are a child of the divine or of the universe, whatever you believe in, and you are more connected to your higher self, your higher power, the higher beings that watch over and guide you more than most people know. I was going to say more than you know, but you do know this. So I feel like in the next week or two, try as best as you can to connect to that energy again and to feel the love that we're sending you, that the universe is sending to you. I feel like with that, you'll be able to have more reassurance in your heart, mind, body, soul, and spirit that everything is going to work out for the best. This is just a big, big trial that you had to go through to move into the next phase of your life, right? One negative on this card that I got, this is why I read intuitively and I don't just go by the book. Make sure that like anything with doctors, Archangel Animal. Make sure that anything with doctors, Mark, that you ask questions. Don't just go with the flow there. There's a thing for me with like you're dealing with all these medical problems and then you pull the guinea pig card. It's just not meshing with me. Make sure that they explain everything. And if you have questions, don't be afraid to ask, because I feel like in the long run, you are going to feel more safe and secure knowing exactly what's going on and exactly why. The main message for you, though, in the next week or two is just love. Love really is the key, guys. Love is the only thing we can give from the other side and the only thing we can take with us from here to there. And it's not always easy to love. Love is hard, particularly when it comes to ourselves. But that's one of my main things I want to do with this channel, and particularly with this stream and with my life, is to bring you guys closer to that divine, authentic love of self. Because if everyone walked around loving themselves in like this beautifully divine way, our world would be so changed and so different. And Mark, I just feel like you're losing either hope or you're losing faith or you're why meing it. And this isn't a judgment or an indictment, because like I cut a couple layers of my toe off last week with that razor on a stick from Temu. And I was like, why me? And then I count my blessings. Like I am so healthy, I am so healthy. And I forget to thank the universe for that, for the little problems that I do have. Remember to love, remember to be loved, and remember to express that, especially when it's hard. When it's the hardest and you still do it is when you'll be rewarded most. So whatever that means for you. Your cardiologist, any doctors, just make sure you ask them specifically to explain what they're doing. I don't know why you need to do that, but that is your message. So probably in a couple of weeks, we'll get the why, because you know how this works. It's never like, here you go. It's always like this, get a little piece of the puzzle, and then you got to wait and get another piece with these one card readings. Ms. Angie, I'm so happy you're here. I really am. I'm glad you caught this. Who's next? Nomio. Nomio, let's do shadow and light. Good night, Mama Cindy. Hi, I'm Shelley Duvall, and welcome to Fairy Tale Theater. I'm just kidding. If I get done early enough, I can hop on that new PS5. All right. Nomio, Nomio, wherefore art thou, Nomio? Deny thy father and refuse thy name. Yes, Mark, and I'm glad you resonated with that, because that's absolutely the truth. Hilton, I'm so sorry. I didn't even see you come in. I might have said hi to you. I don't even know. What year is it? Violet Duchess. What an amazing card. Guys, I can relate to so many of these. I remove my energy beforehand to make sure that I'm not reading for me 40 times, but I resonate with so many of these. Batmom, actually, no, you didn't. I don't know how that happened. Wait for Ghost to come back in. He may have forgotten you when he bumped someone else, or you may be coming up. Thank you for saying something and not just getting mad and like leaving. I hate when people do that. All right. I did. That's right. I wasn't going to tell her, but you know. Hello, Jason. Welcome back. All right, Nomio, let's see what's up. This card is pretty awesome looking, though. Check her out. She matches my nails. Nomio, stifled, bored, and stuck. Bored, stifled. Ah, yes. She's trying to be good and nice and polite, but it's not working. This lovely and very passionate aristocrat has her fairy wings tucked firmly in, not visible at all, and she is sitting stiffly listening to someone give a lecture on manners. She's polite on the surface, but it's so easy to see and to feel that she's bored, frustrated, and ready to fly away at the very first opportunity she sees. She's tired of the stuffiness of the people around her, being proper, formal, and ever so ladylike. She finds herself restricted by a world where manners and protocols have become more important than spontaneity, magic, and freedom. And she longs for that. For now, she'll bide her time, but you can see the frustration growing beneath. Now, I resonate with this card. And frustration is, after all, only your own life force turned within and longing to break free of its restraints. It does, Anna, and especially me. I'm very long-winded. The Violet Duchess speaks. In your admirable quest for balance, Nomio, you can actually become too neutral, pretending to be serene, acting polite, not making waves, and not speaking your truth. Now that I've arrived, showing you exactly how you feel, it's time to discover or rediscover a raw and honest emotional reaction you have to a person, an issue, and you need to express it. All of it. It's all very well being a lover of harmony and not wanting to be a quote-unquote troublemaker, but being a lukewarm person in regards to situations that really matter isn't doing you any favors, and it's never going to. Bottling up your true self in turn leads to unhealthy relationships, aches, pains, and even illnesses. When I come up, go for the passionate and truthful option and rediscover just how strongly you can feel and how much fun you can have. So before I get into the divination message, I just want to say, everybody listen, right? I am, and thank you. This is true. And this is kind of what I was saying to, I think, Heather. Yes, you don't want to react and and explode, particularly when you're dealing with someone who's trying to egg you on to get you to that place because they just love seeing it. But you can't just keep it all inside. Physical disease is a lot of the time, not all of the time, but a lot of the time, spiritual dis-ease. Addiction in particular is a spiritual illness, not religious, spiritual. Unless you're religious, then it does become a religious issue. But it's your spirit not sitting right. And that's what this card is talking about in a different way. Nomeo, divination message. Your desire to be liked, to please, and to be seen as a gentleman is cheating yourself out of something wonderful that you deserve to experience. Sometimes there are rules that simply need to be broken. Keeping to the spirit of the law sometimes means breaking the letter of the law. That's how things change. There is a situation at the moment that has revealed itself as unjust, unfair, and absolutely unattractive to you. But you have yet to speak up about it. The most inspiring thing about this situation is that you'll discover just how safe it is to stand up for what you truly believe in. Others will be inspired too. So while it feels like you're taking a risk at first, after a while, you'll realize you've started your own small revolution. So Batmom wants to know when she's up, just to make sure she didn't accidentally get skipped. No big deal. So Nomeo, yeah, like, I feel like you've been keeping quiet about something for a really long time. And honestly, you may not even realize anymore that you're keeping quiet, because now the keeping quiet has just become what you do. It's nothing different, right? So if you start off, I'm just using this as a very extreme example. You see your brother-in-law backhand your sister. Just an example. I'm not saying you would ever sit by it. And like, you just can't get involved. Your sister told you, like, you'll make it or don't get involved. After you see this 5 or 10 times and you don't say anything, then it just becomes normal. And I know that's a very extreme vision I just gave y'all there, an extreme image. That's exactly what this is. You become so complacent in something that you've almost stopped realizing how wrong it is. The problem is now it's going to be directly affecting you, whatever it is, in the next couple of weeks. And I do see like you're watching something happen to someone else. I don't know if it's not 100%, but I'm like 90%. This has to do with you either standing up for someone else, protecting someone else, coming to the rescue or aid of someone else, helping someone else in some way. I feel like nobody else is like willing to step up and say something. And you haven't been for a long time because you don't want the problems. You don't want the issues. You don't want to take on these extra burdens. But the fact of the matter is your spirit, your light worker spirit, is very bored and very frustrated. And this could be causing you to not feel good, to have some anger issues, like misplaced, where like you're snapping at people that like you don't even know, like, where did that come from? That happens to me all the time. I feel like the next time you see this happen, the universe is telling you to like leap into action, right? Obviously, you don't want to put yourself in any danger, but at the same time, this person that you're jumping in to help, even if it's just like speaking up on their behalf, I feel like this is someone you're connected with on a soul level, even if you never speak to them except for them to say thank you. This was meant to happen because it's meant to relight a fire under your butt, into your spirit. So in the next couple of weeks, if you see something unjust, something that really makes you angry, happening to someone else, now it could be something that's happening to you too, but I'm seeing it outside of you, and I'm particularly seeing a female. So I don't know what this is about, but hopefully you can figure it out. I can't be precise on every single reading. I'm sorry. I try. Sometimes we got to figure it out, especially with one card. Don't want fire in the butt. You know, sex is on fire. I don't know what this is.
I was letting Mark that Ashley's on her way back home again. She'll be home she'll be home for a while. Husby left for Korea last week.
Bye, Angie. I love you. Message me anytime. Tell the kiddos I said hi. Sorry, go ahead, Stephen.
Nicole's next.
Well, you were talking about Ashley. I didn't mean to shush you.
I just said she was she's on her way home.
She okay?
Her husband left for Korea the other day, a couple days ago.
Hate that.
She'll be gone for a year, maybe longer.
I really wish I had room like in my house. I would just be like, girl, let's go. Like, I wouldn't even think twice about offering her and the kids a place to stay. And you know, I live in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, no, South Korea.
Better than
not North Korea.
Better than fine young cannibals, right? I'm sorry, you did say who's next, but I didn't hear you at all.
Nicole.
We're going to use Dark Goddess. I really felt connected with that Violet Duchess card. Your face. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. All right, Nicole. That was crazy. I don't know. You guys might not have seen it, but if you rewind it, you might see it. The cards literally fanned out in front of me and then popped. All right. You got Ran, R-A-N, the card of abuse. Nicole, destructive action, harm, abuse, cruelty, violence, no excuse. Defense is down, now soft in heart. Compassion aids a kind new start. By the power of the dark goddess in me, protection in place, blessed be. You know what you're doing is wrong, and this may not be your energy, so just listen to the entire thing, because these cards tend to offend people when taken the wrong way. Nope, Wendy, this is Nicole. You know what you're doing is wrong, yet you still persist with cutting words and sneering glances and snaring those who need you within your net of abuse. That's right, abuse. It sounds harsh, but when you take advantage of others, be it for money, affection, time, or the limelight, you're abusing the situation or relationship, however subtle your ways. You have so many more endearing qualities about you that using this cheap trick of hitting others where it hurts is quite honestly beneath you. Ran comes to remind you that you have so much more to offer others than a sharp tongue or clenched fist. You have a most compassionate heart, so don't let it harden. Guide, advise, and relate to others with kindness, and you too will benefit greatly. Rand knows all too well what is to be feared, looked upon with dread, or only good for dealing with those already past. Remember, you are here for the living. Learn to manage your anger. You're running the risk of losing a loved one to someone else. Take long walks by the sea. Be romantic. Praise others more often. Don't be afraid if you don't have all the answers. Be open to the help that is about to be offered to you. So, Nicole, I don't see this as like you beating the poop out of people all the time, but I do feel, whether you're aware of it or not, there is a kind of misdirected, misplaced anger in you right now. I am seeing, I don't know if you're in a relationship. If you are, I am seeing a third party kind of situation. If you're not in a relationship, this could be like someone coming in. I would not trust anyone in the next couple of weeks as far as romantically. So if you're in a relationship, are you in a relationship? It would just make it a lot easier if I knew. I don't feel like you are, but I'm not 100% sure. Because I feel like if you're in a relationship, this could be read one way, and if you're not, it could be read the other. So let's say you're in a relationship. This card is asking you to be kinder and to be nicer and more open and receptive to love with your partner, even though this person is not for you. They could be abusive towards you. And this isn't saying like you have to be amazing to them and you have to bow down to them when they're not treating you right. There's a lesson to be learned in these types of relationships, right? This is about stop misdirecting the anger towards yourself. If this isn't a romantic relationship, There is some abusive situation going on. Someone is taking advantage of you, manipulating you, and you're turning around and taking it out on you. When the fact that, like, you're like, oh, why can't I just be better at this? Why did I have to say that even though you said what you felt? Do you know what I mean? Like, you're being so stifled for fear of being judged or, yelled at or possibly worse by someone in your life. Someone is lying to you, and I feel like this person's being manipulated by someone else, whereas the third party could be coming in. Nicole, what I would say is make sure in the next 2 weeks, you do not match abusive energy in any way. In fact, go out of your way to be kind. Now, as far as the people who are unkind to you, kindly and with dignity, love, and grace, get away from them. If, I'm hearing like cheater. So again, if you're not in a romantic relationship, this is like someone coming into your life just to play a game with you. So this is the universe telling you, make sure that you don't react in a way that is beneath you, that is outside of yourself. Love yourself and respect yourself enough to not even give your energy to whatever this is. I'm telling you, there's something going on if you're in something romantic. And if you're not, I would definitely check my circle of friends if I were you, because someone here is very jealous. I feel like they're the type of person that, like, you bought a new dress and you look so beautiful. And they're like, oh, man, I wish I was heavy enough to fit in that dress. I'm just way too skinny for it. Or, oh, I wish I had the nerve to eat chocolate cake, but, just like you, it goes right to my thighs. You have some weird situation, and not even weird because it's perfectly normal nowadays, this frenemy thing. If you react in anger, if you punch someone in the face, if you, go and talk poop about them behind their backs, it's just going to get back to them, exacerbate the situation. The lesson in the next 2 weeks, very simplified, Nicole, is that be better than these toxic people that are around you. If you're in any kind of physical abuse, obviously you need to get away, get professional help. I'm not a professional in that way. I'm not a therapist. Please don't react to anything, particularly in the next 2 weeks, out of anger, because I'm seeing violent anger. So it's not just like yelling and screaming. I'm seeing like someone breaking a bottle on somebody, or, it's not good. So she's just separated. Yeah. So this new person is definitely coming after you, whether through social media or through this person. They're going to try to get back with you, even though they're with the other person. That person's going to take it out on you. This is a mess. Stay calm, stay classy, and make sure that in your friend group, you know that you can trust everyone around you. And if there's someone you can't trust, do not talk about what you're going through in front of them, because I feel like they have a connection either to the other woman or to the guy you just ended with. All right, Bat Mom. And thank you for that help there, because it does make it easier on me to know. Bat Mom, I am going to use Oracle of the Sacred Sun. Let's make sure anybody that I'm reading for is still here. Whoa. Too many cards. Thank you, Spirit. Come on, seriously? And that was my fault too, because I didn't ask. All right, this is for the Bat Mom. No, it's not the nails, it's the energy. It's all over the place. Flattery. Something in Gemini. I don't know what this symbol is. So it's Venus in Gemini. It is the card of flattery. Come on, seriously? What just happened here? I'm sorry. I lost the card. There it is. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, this is one of, I actually have 4 Stanley Cups now. All right, Jason, you should be up soon, honey. Bat Mom, Venus Geminians need variety in their romantic life. If they have to settle down and they are not the best people to do this, it must be with someone as changeable as them. Friends with everyone, they can maintain devotion to one person as long as the conversation and wit flows readily. Good, stimulating conversation with loved ones and friends is of paramount importance to the people this card describes. Venus Gemini types do need also a great deal of freedom and tend to spread their affection. With a versatile ability to be all things to all people, there's a tendency for people with this planet sign combination to say things for the sake of winning attention. Indeed, words are of more importance than deeds to the Venus Geminian, and the smooth tongue and the cleverly phrased compliment may become a well-used and manipulative talent. Never averse to telling little white lies in order to smooth the pathway to better things, they flatter and cajole to make life more pleasing. A love for literature, art, and creative work means that Venus Gemini people seek out friends with connection in these fields. In fact, such characters probably have talent in these directions themselves. When this card shows up, Bat Mom, in a reading, it usually indicates to the questioner that a little amenable, smooth talk will achieve far more in the current situation than a competitive wrangle. A secret love affair, an imagined romance, 2 lovers at a time, a deceptive courtship, constant need for company. So, hey, New England Dirt Roadie. So Netter is answering yes, no questions with Pendulum. We're going to have him on. I can't do it till September, but pay attention for your name to be called. But he actually helped me with the divining, I call it the divining rod, but the pendulum the other day. We're going to have him on like video, like on one of the shows, probably Afternoon Talk, come September. So if you guys want, I will back him up that he does know what he's doing. He's not, playing with anyone. So he wants to try it. If you have a yes, no question, ask him. Bat Mom, I feel like there is a third. Again, I literally just said this. This card made me really uncomfortable for some reason, maybe because I resonated with it so much. But I feel like a third party here. And I feel like a lot of party here. Like, I don't know if someone's like cheating on you with multiple people, or if this person has just like say it's like a boss and they're telling like 15 different people they're getting this raise and only one person can get it. But every time you're like, hey, you told so-and-so, and they're like, no, I just said that, but you're the one who's really going to get it. Someone is BSing you like crazy. Someone is telling you everything you want to hear. And I know that that that's what they're doing, but because the other situation was like you were getting no attention, maybe you were getting no attention from them, or you're feeling very insecure. Like, I know I'm feeling so insecure right now in, like, I'll just say one of my friendships, that if they came to me and like gave me any attention, I would want so badly to believe them that I would force myself to believe them just so I could feel good in the moment, knowing full well that they're full of poop and they hate me. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like that is what's going on here. So if he laughs and you're not communicating with him, beware in the next couple of weeks that he's going to come in like, Bigfoot on a unicorn, girl. Like, unbelievably smooth, like telling you everything you want to hear. Like, I'm going to change this. I'm going to do this. He's going to be doing all these things that you've been asking him to do. Meanwhile, he's still with several. I don't mean to hurt your feelings. This has got to be painful, but dude is getting around. And I don't know if he's actually sleeping with all these women, but he definitely has them hanging on for some reason, right? So he's surrounded by a lot of affair type energy. What the universe is telling you to do, number 1, don't fall for it. Number 2, don't fall for it. And number 3, instead of exploding on him, like you absolutely have the right to do, show the universe show the universe that Batmom, I'm dealing with the same thing, to be honest. Show the universe that you've learned lessons and that you've grown into being the woman that you are, powerful, strong, magical, beautiful, loved by the universe, loved by God, if that's what you believe in, loved by spirit and your team. And don't fight back. Don't fall into his trap. You have to find a way, and this is what I'm hearing. You have to find a way in the next couple of weeks to completely and totally break this off, because you're going to end up snapping because of his behavior, which is exactly what he wants, but he's not going to be the one to like end up in jail or ends up losing everything like, yes, he is definitely seeing other people. And I say people as in plural, I see a lot. And again, doesn't mean that he's sleeping with all of them, but he's definitely sweet talking some girls. Please don't react in like violence or anger. I know that's got to be, turn it into tears if you have to. What I tried to do when I was going through that is like turn it into something constructive. And if you have a friend that will sit with you, even if it's on the phone, and just let you vent it out. I send texts to this one person, like 4-page texts, venting and telling them how I feel and like, how could you do this? And I need this from you. And this is, I'm dying. You're breaking my heart. And then I delete the entire thing without sending it. So I'm still getting it out, but I'm not going to give them the satisfaction of receiving something like that from me just so they can ignore it and not respond and make me feel worse. Also, if you can, I'm really bad at this too, but I do give it my best shot. Maybe like 3 times a month, I remember to write in my journal. Keep a journal and let this stuff out in the journal. I'm worried that this is going to end in violence, just like with Nicole. There's a lot of violent energy here. And the thing is, it's like our humanity tells us it's justifiable, but you could end up in jail is like the basic thing that I'm seeing.
Okay, next is Baby UFO.
Nicole, I just read for Batmom, and before Batmom was you. I would definitely go back and listen to this if I were you. And then listen to Batmom's, because hers is almost the same as yours. Baby UFO. I'm going to use the magic of you. I'm going to open it. I have a lot of feminine decks out here today. I didn't realize how many I'd put out. All right. Magic of you for Baby UFO. It's not far. It's not that far back, Nicole. Just 2 readings back. Baby UFO, you're here, right? You accidentally matched this to my nails.
What? The backdrop?
Yeah, the banner.
That's cool. Baby UFO, I know I just saw you in chat. Are you here? Let her know.
Who's after Baby UFO? Just say the next 3 so that they can be on deck. So I know
Edna and then Nut Slap.
Okay, so Baby UFO, and Edna, if you're still here, and Nut Slap, I know you're here. Baby UFO, I'm going to read for him anyway because I pulled the card, but I would like to make sure that people are here.
He literally just spoke, not but.
He's in and out, so I don't mind.
Oh, there he is, right there.
There he is. I was ready to be mad with you for leaving my stream, sir. Just kidding. Be aware that opportunities are lining up around you. You got the card of serendipity, merge with the flow, card number 30. Merge into the flow of life. Trust it in all of its light and all of its shadow. Hey, Nightmare. They have brought you to this point. Maybe unbeknownst to you, you are perfectly poised for opportunity right now. Trust your efforts and recognize the signs of serendipity occurring around you. Nutslap, will I be contracted for ghostwriting by September? Baby UFO, this means you are where you're meant to be, doing what you're meant to be doing right now. Be conscious of follow up and follow through. Good fortune forms around you. The girl of serendipity merges into the leaves of life, and they welcome her into their nourishing and lush embrace. Like them, she is growing in abundance and opportunity. Fresh potential awakens. Everything happens in its right time and place, exactly as it was meant to. So, Baby UFO, this is actually a really good card. It's saying like even if you don't feel like, if you feel out of place, if you feel like, you know, you should be doing more or you're doing too much. Jules, I see you, honey. Or you're doing too much, or like things just aren't going right for you. The universe wants to tell you, yes, the stars are in alignment for the divine plan of world domination. I thought you were being serious. I'm like, yeah, of course. The universe is telling you like you are right where you're meant to be, and all these things are meant to be happening for better or for worse. The thing is, if you keep putting your energy in a positive direction, if you keep working hard and working towards those goals and putting actionable steps behind the manifestations, really trusting in the universe and in I did see you, girl, and in the effort that you're putting in, the universe is backing you up here. So I'd say in the next 2 weeks to a month, like there are lots of opportunities coming in that you may not realize are as big as they actually are. So, for example, something that starts off as like this little bump in business, because you started working with, so I'm just using this as an example. Because you started working with so-and-so, now you're able to like, they're introducing you to this person who also wants to be a part of your business. Then that person, and it's just like grows and grows. So by accepting even the smallest opportunity, the potential for you to grow and learn and thrive is off the charts. But if you reject any offers that come in because you feel like you're not in a good place, or you feel like you're undeserving, or there's something inside of you that's stopping you from doing that, if you get stuck in this kind of, and this isn't a judgment, but like this woe is me kind of attitude, nothing ever goes right for me, and like then nothing's ever going to go right for you, and these opportunities are not going to come in, and if they do, you are not going to see them for what they are. So embrace everything that comes your way, good, bad, you know, ugly, beautiful, indifferent. And once you can do that and just accept life on life's terms, I hate when people in recovery say that, but it's true. You're going to be just fine. Just go with the flow of life. I did ask Netter. You're welcome. So I forgot who was next. I know it ended with Nutslap.
Edna is next.
Aunt Edna.
And she is here.
Well, Aunt Edna, I'll read for her and give her a timestamp. That's our Aunt Edna. Yes. New England Dirt Roadie, yes. Aunt Edna, I'm using Archangel Animal. I'm on the edge of my seat. Yes! I'm going to get my money back. I'm going to get my money back. I wish I could tell you guys the name. Like, I ghostwrote so many books under, like, for this person under their pseudonym, but I'm like legally not allowed to. And I could be like, yo, I actually wrote these. Sucks I can't. I did not get your email. I wasn't able to check. I got the email today that the place I'm doing RJ's birthday party at doesn't have a freezer for his ice cream cake because I don't check my emails. Thank you, New England Dirt Roadie, but I'll be able to check them probably on Sunday. I definitely will. And I did text you back after you texted me. Thank you. I'm so excited. And I know that, like, I keep telling myself, New England, that is like, I will have it. So I'm manifesting that. Anybody? Yes, no questions. New England Dirt Roadie is in tandem with me reading, doing yes and no questions with his divining pendulum. Baby Dragon, we missed you too. I was just telling your dad that if I had a different situation, I would just move you and the kids in. What? Is that your granddaughter? What happened?
I'm talking to her on the phone right now because
I was like, that is your daughter.
She wasn't going to listen to her reading from last week until later. And I'm like, well, if you were to come in, you would have just said, I'm coming in. I'll talk to you then. Goof.
Oh, no. And don't be sorry. I know you don't do like the text thing. So I really wasn't expecting a text response. I'm just letting you know, I was really grateful that you texted me back and let me know, that you got it and that it resonated, because when you guys let me know these readings resonate, it does mean everything to me, not for my ego of like, yes, I got it right. So I know that the connections I'm making are the right connections and I don't have to change anything. I have this whole ritual I go through before stream, even if I can only do it for 5 minutes, to open myself up to your energy and close mine off. Everything of mine stays back here. Everything of yours is up front and close. And if I'm doing something wrong where I'm getting mixed readings or something's not right, I need to know so that I can change that up. Because I do have to every once in a while. And I am not surprised that you got the tiger. Accept your magnificence. Avi. Don't worry about it, baby dragon. We got you. You're around family. And you know what, Edna, for members, I've been pulling names literally out of a hat. I got to be honest, I did not pull your name. I just read I just picked up the cards and that's just what I was compelled to do, which doesn't usually happen. So while all the other members are being chosen in that way, for some reason, I had connected with your energy and I knew you needed it. So that is so amazing. I'm going to cry. Don't cry. Don't make me cry. Okay. And accept your magnificence, Archangel Raphael. They are. And they're ready to go to battle for you. This card comes to remind you that you are a unique and magnificent person. So just accept it already. It asks you to tune physically into a situation or relationship that's troubling you. Trust your inner knowledge to present you with the answers you're seeking. Then listen to your own wisdom, as this will reveal to you how to handle the person or circumstance for the highest good of everyone involved. Tiger energy tells you to be prepared to act decisively with strength and with power. However, you may not even need to take action, because when you have a tiger in your energy field, other people just seem to sense it and respond to you with respect. The tiger card also advises you to expand your horizons, develop something new in your life, which you can learn to enjoy. So you definitely need something to fill your empty time, right? And it's not about running for others. So maybe you're like, Gemma, I have no time. I'm always doing this, that, the other for this one. No, you have to cut some of that out so that you can, thank you, Nutslap, so that you can make time to do something for yourself. Even if it's my 15 minutes of yoga 20 minutes actually of yoga that I do, I have not done since June 18th. That's not good, because that was my time for me to connect with my energy. And I've got to get back to that. This is telling you, first of all, whatever you're worrying about or whoever you're worrying about outside of you, don't, because it's going to fix itself. You have tiger energy. Nobody's going to be messing with you or bothering you. I feel like whatever this situation was is kind of just going to blow away into the wind. You know how sometimes things happen, you get all upset about it and then you don't hear anything else? That's kind of what this is. It's a rare thing, but it does happen. As far as what's going on with you with your health, I feel like you have to stop, and you've got to be doing this at least a little bit, whether you realize it or not, looking at yourself as infirm, elderly, sick, whatever this is. It's like you're putting this label on yourself because of your physical self. Good, taking care of you. But understand that you're none of those things. Anything that's happening with you, hi Nightfall, anything that may be happening with you, weak, there you go. When you put that label on yourself, other people will immediately pick up that energy and they will start treating you like a weakling. Look at this card out of all cards you could have pulled. It's a 56 card deck. I've pulled one. So out of 55 cards, you pulled the tiger. Why? It's the pillar of strength. And start building yourself up. Stop crutching so much, I guess would be the word, on like your physical weaknesses. Because at the end of the day, they don't have anything to do with who you are or how you should be behaving. Okay, so some things you can't physically do right now. That doesn't change anything about your spirit, about your heart, about your energy. It just means a part of your physical being isn't working properly. If you break it down like that, it seems a lot more simple. And I'm not saying it's not painful and it's not a pain in the butt. I'm not saying it's trivial. I'm just saying in the grand scheme of things, it should not be making you feel less than as a human, because our physicality has nothing to do with our humanity. We look like what we look like. We have the problems that we have. It should never change how we treat people, and it definitely shouldn't change how we treat ourselves. And Anna, I say that all the time. Like, I love that people see me as strong, but in certain situations, I am so tired. I'm tired of it. I don't want to have to be it anymore. I don't want to. I have overcome so much, like things that you guys wouldn't. If I told you with as much as you trust me, most of the stuff I went through throughout my entire life, y'all would be like, come on, Gemma. You wouldn't even believe me. And here I am, like, again, like this, but I am a healed woman now. So I can move through this with class as best I can. I'm not perfect, with dignity and with ease. Miss Pixie said something to me I just want to read. She said, I hear that, Gemma. I would normally be going to the therapy pool a couple times a week, but I haven't been since April. It's hard, right? Because we have these other things that we have to get done. And Miss Pixie, I would caution you of the same thing that I tell myself, and that I just said to Aunt Edna, like, please make that time. If that's something that's important to you, that helps you realign spiritually, you need that. Imagine, okay, so guys, this is how, like, with my ability, I see people in spirit. If you're aligned, I see like glitter, 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 straight, straight, straight. If you're not aligned, it's like all whacked out. So imagine if you could see that on yourself. Imagine if your spirituality was on your face and it was sparkly glitter for the females, just saying, underneath your eyes, and it looked beautiful, angelic even. But then when you didn't do these things to spiritually align, you start getting black splotches all over your face. Your butt would be running to that therapy pool. My legs would be going as fast as they could to that yoga mat. Right? Think about it like that if you can. I'm going to be back on that yoga mat on Sunday. And I'm going to do it at least 4 times a week. I'm making a commitment to you guys right now and to myself. Who's next?
Nut slap.
I'm going to use Black Moon Lilith. Just remember that in Oracle and Tarot, there's not a gender assignment. You want a sparkling face? Okay, that shuffle didn't work out well. You're so welcome, Anna. Thank you. There we go. Miss Pixie, honey, I feel you. I really do. And I appreciate you going on last night. I just want, no one in here was any of the issue, but I just want to clarify, if I don't get like succinct permission from someone to talk about something they're going through personally, I won't do it. I can't. I'm like spiritually not allowed, right? I can't just come in here and tell y'all's business on your personal readings if you don't tell me I can. So Miss Pixie, when you were going through everything you were going through, and I was getting these emails saying what I'm horrible. I fired you. First of all, you don't work. I'm not your boss. You do a stream. I give you a platform. Like, I could not tell them the real reason why you weren't streaming, because I had not asked you, because I didn't want to put that on you. Right. So, I I really appreciate you doing that for me. Cause like once you found out that was happening, you're like, I'm going to go on tomorrow, you know, and I appreciate that more than I could ever express to you. Because even with being bullied, like I just couldn't do it. I couldn't say you guys are so wrong. Most of the people that were doing it were not like subscribers or friends. So they wouldn't have cared. It was like they were just looking for a reason to bully me. Let me just pick this card up, guys. If I could find it. Come here. Come here. There you are. Okay. We have a black card on a black grounding mat. So Miss Lotus is going through, everyone is going through so much. And I think we're all tired of having to be strong, you know? But the problem is right now with what's going on with the universe and the spiritual energy, unfortunately, it's the only thing we can be right now. But it will pay off. I know. Yeah, you were not happy. And I laugh because I'm glad that you understood what it was doing in your time of pain and like your time of suffering. You understood that like you did it for me, even though you didn't have to. And I do appreciate it. And so many people were so happy to see you back. So I just want you to know I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm tired. Nutslap, I'm sorry. I will pull a card for you, but I'm tired of the ugliness in people's hearts, you know? And like I get mocked on a daily basis for talking about kindness and for trying to be sweet and for trying to help and heal people, you know, told I'm stupid and it's just a hobby and get mocked with it. Like I'm sitting there and I'm poked and I'm poked and I'm poked. And then when I snap, it's like, oh, okay, Miss Be Kind, you know, like, okay, baby dragon, I got you. Okay, Nutslap. The Phoenix, death and rebirth. Love this for you. Card number 17. I'm a Zennial. When the Phoenix Oracle card shows up in your reading, major life changes are on the horizon, so it's important that you prepare yourself. This can mean uncomfortable upheaval, unexpected events, and major shifts in mindset. Your life is about to completely change, Nutslap, and never return to the way it is now. It's important to release attachment to the outcome and understand that this is all happening for your soul's growth. The phoenix is an ancient occult symbol linked to the zodiac sign Scorpio. Death, regeneration, and rebirth are all part of both. In ancient Egypt, the phoenix was associated with immortality and infinity. It's not a coincidence that Scorpio is the 8th sign of the zodiac, and the number 8 is also the shape of the infinity symbol. The phoenix is depicted as an eagle-like bird with vibrant gold and red feathers that would live for 500 years, die, and then be reborn out of its ashes. Ancient Egyptians believed that just before the death of the phoenix, it makes a nest of cinnamon, myrrh, and herbs. It then sets its nest on fire as it bursts into flames and destroys itself. A new phoenix rises from the ashes, and when it grows strong enough, it creates an egg from its old ashes and places it at the altar of the sun god Ra. The phoenix burning invokes the alchemical practice of embodying your true frequency through shadow work, life, upheaval, and integration of what's blocking your light. Nutslap, this mystical process of soul ascension and internal transformation cannot happen without a death of the ego or dark night of the soul, which you have been going through for a long time. It teaches us that we can go through dramatic shifts in our lives and return renewed. When this card appears, it's time for you to ride this wave of change toward your more aligned and true future self. Does anybody else have a yes, no question for New England Dirt Roadie's pendulum? I trust in the guidance of it. So if you guys have yes, no questions, feel free. We're going to have him on an actual show come September when I can get back to full schedule because he is awesome and he has amazing hair. New realities are crashing in. It's time for upheaval and transformation. Nutslap, have no fear. This is just part of the process. So, okay. All right, Nutslap. Yeah, this has been a long time coming. I've been pulling cards for you in this stream that are like, you know, if you're looking for a change, you're tired of a situation, but you don't want to talk about it, or like you finally have to do something about this and move forward, and like you got to, get to love yourself. All of these cards have led up to this. And I'm actually really excited for you for this card nut slap because there's nothing you can do about this. Nothing. And it's going to feel in the next couple of weeks like your world is burning to hell. Nothing is going right. And I'm sorry to say. But what I want you to do is let go of the focus on everything that you want to change. Like, you know, I'm just saying this as an example, you're not going to lose your job, but just say you lose your job. Don't focus on like, oh my God, how am I going to pay my bills? Oh my God. Just let the universe take its toll on you and move. And the quicker you can be like, you know what? The universe has got this, right? Like there's a reason I lost that job. I'm not going to panic and just like try to focus on other things. This is nearly impossible. We're human beings. But I'm telling you, it is possible to not worry about these things so much that like it overtakes you. The more negative of like worrying, what am I going to do? How am I going to pay my bills? Where am I going to go? How am I going to the universe will just bounce that negativity back to you. And then that's what you're living in. This is telling you everything is going to be burned to poop. But you're going to see an opportunity in this that is going to spark the creation of your future. And everything you've ever wanted is suddenly tiny piece by tiny piece going to start crawling into place. You are ascending. You're flying high. I'm so proud of you. This is actually a really amazing card. And I would say by the end of the year, your life should look so much different than it does now in like the best possible way. So hold on, like you're on a roller coaster for the next 2 weeks and just try to remember my words when you feel hopeless and helpless and like you don't know what to do in a negative way. And text me and I'll remind you. Oops, I meant to do this one. So New England Paranormal Pixie has another question. I put it up on the screen. Then Miss Jules has one. I'll star it. Let me know when you're done with Pixies and I'll put Jules's up. 76th birthday. Oh, geez. I've had transfusions before because like the dead feeding off my energy. I'm so sorry. And I'm always praying for your mom. I'm praying for you all the time, all of you. Like I have the list that I go through. So speaking of mom's birthdays, before I forget, next Thursday is my mom's birthday. So I want to have like a recognition and acknowledgement of her the day after. So on the 19th. So she turns, I don't know if she wants me to tell her age, but she turns a year older on July 18th. So that's a Thursday. I want to kind of give her a happy birthday, a little celebrate thing in here on Friday because that's my mom and she means everything to me. So let me know when you're done with Pixies. So Netter, when you're done with Aunt Edna, I got Pixies up there and then you have one from Jules as well that I'll pop up next. So just keep me informed. Mr. Ghostdragonzw.
I just realized your mom's birthday is the same day as Rebecca's, Ashley's oldest.
Is it really?
Yeah, the 18th.
Wow. That is so cool.
But next is Jason. He's patiently waiting.
Yes, he has been. Yo, Mike J, why did you just say that? Because actually what we're doing is on the 16th. So Netter, your next question is up on the screen. On the 17th, I'm sorry, we are taking her out to lunch, my sister and I. And on the 18th, we're having a barbecue at my sister's house to celebrate her birthday. There might be karaoke. I'm just saying. All right, Jason, I hope you're still here patiently waiting because I'm ready to read for you now.
He said he was eating dinner.
Yeah, my sister has a lake house. The lake, in my opinion, is not swimmable. Snapping turtles, leeches. But I'll bring RJ's small pool and have a good day. My sister is like very gracious. She's always the one that hosts the parties. If I was in a different position personally, I would host the best parties. And I can't wait to be able to do that. But for now, it's my sister. She is amazing as far as hosting. Like she goes all out all the time. And her dad, she's a half sister. has a karaoke machine, and he drives down from South Jersey and usually does the karaoke. And it's really cool to see the relationship between his wife and my mom. So it's my mom's first husband. They were together when my mom was like 17. They split up. He married this woman, Tina, and my mom married my dad. And he's been with Tina ever since. Life with Bobby. Hi. And I want that so bad. I can see it in my life. You know, that's why I say when I get my beach house, I am so inviting y'all. All right. Jason Finch, I hope you're listening. Let me know, Netter, after you answer Pixie's question, because I have Jules's question starred. Jason, you got a moment's regret in the reverse shadow position. Card number 16. Nostalgia, idealizing the past, fearing you've made a mistake. Heather, I'm getting one. It's my 9-year plan. I will be living on the beach in South Jersey in the next 9 years. And then my ultimate goal is to open a spiritual retreat somewhere on the beach and, you know, charge people to come for a week of spiritual regeneration. I'll have, you know, experts and hopefully, you know, like Reiki master and all different kinds of spiritual teachers. And I just want it to be a relaxing, rejuvenating spiritual ascension experience for everyone who comes. That is and I was told 2 years ago that is that's what I'm here for. So getting there. Yeah, not that Jersey Shore. I'm talking like Wildwood Crest, Avalon, Bon Jovi, Oprah. They live in Avalon. All right, Jason. It was much pleasanter at home, thought poor Alice, when one wasn't always growing larger and smaller and being ordered about by mice and rabbits. I almost wish I hadn't gone down that rabbit hole. And yet, it's rather curious, you know, this sort of life. When we make life changes and take large steps into the unknown, it's perfectly natural to have a moment or two when we wonder whether we've made a series of mistakes. When this card comes to you, Jason, it shines a light on the doubts you are having and asks you to accept these uncertainties as part of the process of change. You are so very far away from where you once were, but you still have no clear idea of exactly where your path will take you, and you are filled with uncertainty. Instead of allowing dread to fill your mind, live as if life is a great adventure. Understand that as you change, there will be many ups and some downs too. It is not in your best interest to judge yourself harshly. Instead, anchor yourself firmly into the present moment and allow any regret and nostalgia for your comfortable past to wash over you. Let it flow on by. You are on a remarkable journey of change. It's one that will lead to wisdom, experience, adventure. You have made a wonderful choice, so take heart in knowing that all change creates waves and disruption. Don't make more of your misgivings than they are. They are the natural consequence of bravely stepping outside of your comfort zone. So forging ahead without reflection, an inability to marry the past, the present, and the future, no thinking back, a lack of attachment to what once was, the refusal to remember, seeing nostalgia as sentimental and foolish, a focus on the future, and lack of appreciation for what was good about the past. So I just feel like you're definitely moving forward in your life, right? You are making moves, and I feel like you may not be moving as fast as you feel like you should be. You may even feel like you're standing still. Jason, the thing here is it's okay, and I say this all the time, to think about the past in a good way and like smile. Sometimes a smell will bring us back, or an old photo. It's okay to have that moment and to appreciate who we were at that time and where we were. But it's not okay to get stuck there and to wish that we were there so badly that we get stuck in the present, right? Like we can't go backwards. The universe wants you to understand that even the mistakes that you made worked out in your favor. They just led you to the place where you're at today, which is exactly where you're supposed to be. And I'm not saying everything's predestined and predetermined, because free will gets involved. When free will gets involved, that's when the mistakes come in, when we're making decisions for ourselves. But at the end of the day, we end up where we need to be anyway. Ghost, why are you smiling? You just smile when I smile all the time. I notice when I'm super happy and smiling, he's just randomly smiling. I love it. It's funny. I just noticed that. Jason, this is the universe telling you, stop worrying about the mistakes you've made. Stop regretting, the terrible things that you said or how mean you were to someone. If you can make an amends, go ahead. But I feel like nobody's holding these things against you. And the only people that would hold things of your past against you are people that are trying to manipulate you in the long run, in the future. So accept yourself for who you are, as you are. And any changes you want to make, go ahead and make them. But make them because you feel from the inside out that that's what you need to do. Not because someone's telling you need to change a certain thing about yourself. Or I just feel very good energy from you. And I feel like you are on the right path. You're on the right track. You're right where you should be. So any mistakes you made actually worked out for you. And anybody that you hurt along the way, you can say you're sorry or you can move on just like they did. Everybody hurts someone. Everybody is the a-hole in someone's story. It doesn't matter how good, kind. Dude, why do you think I'm Gemma Jade? I didn't use my real name because I was afraid of people that I pissed off coming for me in my comments, right? Or that I would never be as successful. If people saw that name, they would think of the bad things I did, which now I know that I'm healed and I'm a whole person. That's silly. But it is what it is. Jason, you're doing pretty much everything right. You're learning, you're growing, you're changing, you're making mistakes, you're learning from them. Don't let anyone tell you that you're not doing the right thing. I do feel a manipulative energy around you that's trying to stop you from growing. They don't want you to grow because the more you spiritually grow and become aligned and move forward in your life, the more they realize how stuck, stale, and stagnant they are. They are not moving at the same pace as you. You're going to have to let this person go. They know that, you know that, but neither one of you, I think, wants to. It's you want to, but it's there is a soul connection here, but it's a soul connection of you were meant to learn some things. They were meant to learn some things, and now it's time to go. The longer you stay in whatever this is, friendship, relationship, kinship, whatever this is, until you break this attachment and walk away and stay gone, it's going to be much harder for you to move forward in your ascension.
Ryan's next. And you just make me smile, that's all.
Ryan, let's use the vampire deck again. I don't need a nightlight. I'll just hug Aunt Edna. It's so true. Even in my real life, you guys have me thinking in certain situations, I'll just tell Aunt Edna. Or I'll just get Ryan. In my head, these friendships, this family here is very real to me. You guys should know that. Ghost was making threats, Gemma. They were idle threats, but dude keeps taking my Cheetos. Jason Finch says, you're amazing, awesome, and fantastic, Gemma Jade. Thank you so much for the reading. I'm really impressed. Y'all are absolutely beautiful. I love y'all. Thank you. I love this community. I really do. I'm really proud of look what sprung up around me through no doing of my own. We've all just kind of navigated to each other. It's beautiful. I was talking to Wendy on the phone today, texting with her, and just saying it's not an accident you ended up in this stream. It never is. And the people that did end up here by accident, they come and go. It's a revolving door. But there's always the core family of 25 of us that are just we're here. All right, Ryan. And Jules, if you want, I can incorporate that into your reading as well. That's up to you, though. Okay. I was just talking about this. So, Ryan, you got free will, sovereignty, independence, and free spirit. And I know exactly where this card is going. It's my favorite number, number 23. Oh, yeah, baby. And then definitely me too. Definitely me too. Ryan, the vampires speak. One of the ironies of the vampiric life is that many of us who have become this unnatural yet very much alive creature did not choose to become this way. We were turned, created, transformed, and often it was against our will. And so we wish to speak to you through this card of the sacred nature of free will, of consent. There are those who walk among you who many call witches, and within their laws is one which is to do with the consent and consciousness that must come with the casting of a spell. So that's like when I ask you guys, you know, I ask you once and for all time, can I read for you? I cannot just read for someone who pops in without their permission. They have to freely and willingly open their energy to me. This casting that we do, this spell of the most ancient kind, must be carried out with consent or because of circumstances that impel the transformation. Your free will and the free will of others is sacred. If one is taken and transformed, a dreadful bond is created, and one which must be paid for most often with pain. For to transgress the wishes of another is against the laws we have developed to keep us from falling too deeply into an abyss of depravity and cruelty. If you have had something occur against your will, you will feel something that your soul's vitality is draining from you. For the soul needs its blood, its chi, nuai-free, prana, too. It may be unseen, but the angels can glimpse it, as can those of you with the preternatural sight. Free will is as sacred as a sacrament in the church, and to you, this is very important right now. If one has stolen fragments of your soul through the imposition of their will upon your own, strengthen your will with a capital W at this time. And Ryan, I hope you're listening, because you know dang well what this is about. A lot of people do. Do not go with the flow, as they say, for this is an energy imposed by culture or by another soul who loves to have the energy of those who follow them at their disposal. The blessing. You know now that to do something against the free will of another, to withhold or to connive, to take from another what they need to make a full decision, is a sin. And when one steals this right from another, a bond is developed between the two, perhaps not immediately, but a reckoning will be made, and the debt will eventually be paid. You are considering how best to respect this right while achieving what it is you wish for this lifetime. Simply respect this law, and all that comes to you will be great blessings. The curse. The negativity that is created when there is deliberate and thought out interference with the free will of another is not to be taken lightly. All of this we say, be prepared for the link that comes, and the day the cord of energy will suddenly tug at you. Do as you will, as the wise sages say, but harm ye none. Something will be taken, but do it for selfish reasons, for the delight in thwarting another's will, manipulate and deceive, and it will haunt you as surely as any ghoul in a decaying corpse yard. Do not allow this taint to become yours. Working with this card, remind yourself of your own dreams and desires, of the purpose that is asked to be expressed through you. Activate your ability to say yes and no without guilt, without fear. It's safe and easy for you to express and act upon your own free will. So, Ryan, what's up, Divine? I think I said hi to you. Ryan, here's the deal. You don't owe anyone anything. And I feel like you maybe recently, I don't know too much about it, but I'm just going to tell you what I'm seeing. So I think recently you have had someone imposing upon your free will, taking advantage of your charity, of your kindness, and just of like who you are as a person. Like, okay, well, I may have upset Ryan, but he's not going to say anything about it. So whatever. Or yeah, this is going to upset Ryan, but I'm going to do it anyway because he's not going to say anything to me. I hear like, and this is female. I don't like this energy. I've never met this person in person, but I've never met you in person, and I adore you. This person is very toxic, and I feel like they will do anything now to either make sure you aren't happy, to get you back. I don't know. Like, I know if it's romantic or otherwise, this person, whether you think so or not, no matter what's going on now, is not done. They are going to either try to ruin your reputation, or they're going to, lie on you. They're going to try to poke the bear, so to speak. They want you to have that reactive, abusive response to them so that they can point and say, look, I told you he's a bad guy. This person is no good. And they're preying on like your love for them. I do feel like you care about them very, very deeply, but they have personal issues where they could not accept that. There's jealousy, there's envy, there's rage episodes, there's narcissism, toxicity, there's manipulation. Ryan on a string. And because you cut those ties, this person is now like medieval. And I would just say to do the best you can to break all contact and let people close to you know what's going on, because I feel like this person could try to like go through others. You know, like for example, if I put myself in your position, just say, and I'm in this toxic relationship with another YouTuber and we break up because they were just a horrible person. And they go and start inviting like ghost dragons and like my husband on their podcast. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, well, I guess I wouldn't have a husband in that situation, but you know what I mean? Like the people closest to me, like they're like Ghost Dragons, Blue Crossroads, Miss Lara. And like these three people don't know who this person is, but they're trying to be friendly with them to like get back at you. I don't like this. I don't like who this is. I told you, you can call me anytime, day or night. I got you. And I mean it. Please break ties with this person as quickly and efficiently as possible. And if you're like, Gemma, I already did, don't worry, this person is gone out of my life. No, they're not. They are like stalking your social media. They're watching everything you do, listening to everything you say so they can pick it apart and make you look bad, taking things out of context. I know all about that. It'll eventually die down when they set their sights on their next target. But for now, you are definitely in their sights. By the way, anyone listening to my stream who just wants to take things out of context and write it down, make sure you read the disclaimer in the description and note that these videos do exist, will exist forever, so that the context can be brought to anyone's attention that you try to use it against me.
Mm-hmm.
Who's next?
Pixie.
All right. Do you actually... Jules is about to lose her power. Can we do Jules real fast?
That's fine with me.
Okay, Miss Pixie, I'm sorry. She's walking through the woods. She's about to lose her power. Jules, I'm going to do you right now. Woman in total control of herself, the witch card. Thank you, Lara. I don't want anyone to miss their reading. Okay, you got Psyche, card number 10. Come on. Okay. Multifaceted Jules. Nobody runs into the arms of change with mad, passionate delight, yelling, pick me, pick me. And yet, without change, there will never be growth. And since no growth comes from comfort, you might as well get used to being uncomfortable. The caterpillar has a complete meltdown, literally, inside of that chrysalis. The cells of that mushy substance known as imago cells are no longer caterpillar cells, but they are not yet butterfly cells either. You might say imago cells represent a third creature, one that doesn't know what it is yet, one that is unbecoming and becoming at the same time. This is caterpillar soup, carrying the image imago of what it might yet be when it emerges. A woman in total control of herself, a witch, must get comfortable in her chrysalis and make friends with not knowing. This is the only place where her new wings are grown along with the new image of what she can be in the world. It's okay to not know. In fact, it's glorious. Embrace the messy mush of cells your current reality has gifted you. Somewhere between unbecoming and becoming, your wings are growing, and the imago containing who you can be is embracing its color, radiance, and vitality. So, Jules, yeah, everything is upside down and inside out. What's up, Kelly, in your life? And you have no idea. It's like, what's going to happen next? What's going to be the next thing? But if you're uncomfortable, that means you're doing the right thing. Thank you, Mark. If you're uncomfortable, that means that you have stepped outside of that comfort zone and you are ready to embrace whatever comes next, okay? The thing is, you're still thinking like in a negative term, and it's not a judgment or an indictment on you, because we all do this as human beings. Like, oh, what's next? Or damn, I'm so broke, I'm never going to get a job. This is the art of manifestation, of understanding that the universe has got your back no matter what. Right now, you are so lost. You're like in a tornado. This is how I see you right now. But you don't know where it's going to land, and you can't just step out of it. You're here. This is your life. This is where you've ended up. This is how things have happened. This is how the chips have fallen. The only thing you can do practically is once the tornado stops spinning, step outside of it and see where you've landed. And I feel like as long as you can do that, like embrace that with acceptance that the universe does things for you, not to you, you're going to be fine. And you're going to be so changed as a woman and so healed that you may be uncomfortable in your own skin for a while because you have grown so much and you're vibrating at such a higher vibration. So I would say for the next week or two, just go with the flow. Don't expect anything good to happen. Don't expect anything bad to happen. Be as neutral as you possibly can. As neutral as you possibly can. It's very, very hard to accept the negative things that come in. So focus on only the positive. Even if it's that you woke up this morning and you're breathing and that's all you got. Say it out loud. Wake up in the morning and say, to my spirit team, my angels, my guides, my ancestors, my deceased loved ones, I give my day to you. Make my decisions, make my life easier. If you do that every morning, your days will be so much easier. You got this. You're going through a radical change, dark night of the soul, coming into spiritual awakening. Kelly Lewis, welcome. Who's next?
Pixie.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry, Miss Pixie. Pixie, I'm going to use the Deep, Dark, and Dangerous for you. Netter. Jules, you better go back and get them. They're going to trace them to you. All right, Miss Pixie, let's see what's going on. Aoshi. I always pronounce this wrong. Sorry, guys. I'm Irish, but I don't speak Gaelic. It's the card of disconnection, card number 41. It is a dangerous card. It's got a dangerous aspect to it, but that's okay. Danger. A laugh in the face of danger. Danger is my middle name, baby. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with me. Okay. Miss Pixie, respect the land, and specifically and especially the land you live upon. Find comfort and joy in the changing of the seasons and the green places you come into contact with. Protect and defend Mother Earth. Before you attack someone, make sure you have all sides of the story. Aoshi are fae or fae-like creatures from Celtic and Gaelic mythos. Most likely they are the ancestors of the Tuatha De Danann, an ancient Celtic mythical race of deities, or the people of the goddess Dan, who... Is it Dan or Danu? These are hard to read. Who were mentioned in the complex world of Irish mythos. In some ways, this is a tragic story, with the people being forced to retreat into the other land, a kind of parallel universe, to escape the coming of the mortal invaders from over the seas. To survive, the Aoshi found sanctuary within the gentle spaces between the humans and other worlds, a place of fairy rings and forts, caves, and magic. As these folks are living within the layers of the land and between worlds too, they are incredibly protective of their homes and the biomes in which they live. Trees, meadows, a mound, a certain rock or lock, a spring, a small hill, a particular tree could indeed be theirs, and to destroy or damage the area could be detrimental to the human who does so. Should someone cut down a tree that is theirs, or say, leave a cart on a certain area of fragile moss, the Aoshi may enact revenge or at least move the cart somewhere else. The best idea is to live harmoniously with the Aoshi and be mindful of how and where you tread. Being simpatico with nature and respecting all things is a good way to not get yourself into any trouble, accidental or otherwise. Even being respectful as to how you refer to them helps. For example, calling them the good people or the fair folk. It's important to leave little gifts and offerings, foods, honey, flour, cream, or precious stones out for the good people as a sign of respect at dawn and dusk, as these are the transitional times when you are more likely to encounter them. The festivals of Midsummer, Beltane, and Samhain were special times for the Aoshi, as they were times of profound change in magic for both humans and fairies. We know that by respecting and connecting with the good people, many places in Ireland were never harmed, deforested, or paved over because of the myth of the Aoshi and the mindset that came with trying to live in harmony with them. This conservation of green areas can only be a good thing and something that they would approve of. Your plant companion, Miss Pixie, is foxglove, and your crystal companion is amethyst. So plain old amethyst. I know I say plain old amethyst because it's so common. I could like find it in the creek outside. Miss Pixie, there's one thing that really stuck out to me. There's multiple things here, but the one thing intuitively that I'm getting is there is something where I feel like you're just putting the pieces together of a story. You're getting like 5 different takes on something that happened, and it's kind of up to you in your intuition and in your knowing what's true and what isn't. I feel like it's like a game of Chinese telephone. So if you're concerned about something, if you're hurt about something, if you're pissed about something, just reach out to the person. I don't feel this is animosity. This is like how you and I kind of were like, I was like, I have foot and mouth disease and I don't mean to come on so strong, but you know, like I explained myself, you understood, and now we move on. There's something like that going on. I just feel like a lot of it's noisy, right? I feel like maybe your absence has people talking, or like there's something here. So just do yourself and the universe a favor and go straight to the horse's mouth, because I feel like, again, when you're getting secondhand information, things always go wrong. Like it never fails. As far as this, I feel like you do need to ground. Sanctuary for nature. Perfect. Spend some time there. I feel like there are downloads that are trying to come in from the Fae to you, and you're not getting them because you're not spending enough time out there. And if you are spending time out there, it's like you're not, like, go out there barefooted, you know, lay on the ground if possible. Hi, Pisces, and reconnect with that world. I do feel like the Fae are trying to talk to you about something. And I feel like it's something like ancestral, generational, maybe something to do with your mom, because you have Fae blood. So it would come from 99.9% of the time your mom's side. So maybe they have answers to the questions you were asking tonight. I do feel like this all came together tonight for you to get this card so that you can go and talk to them. You know how, you know the offerings to bring, you know the words to say. And if you need help, just text. I'm only a text away.
Miss Pixie, right?
That was Miss Pixie.
Oh, was it? I'm behind. Okay.
You're welcome.
Divine.
Thank you, Miss Pixie. Who? I'm sorry.
Divine.
Miss Divine Empathic, I'm using Dark Goddess. Yes, Pisces, you may. All you have to do is just wait a few readings. Just hang out in the chat. We'll call your name as soon as we're ready, and then I'll read for you, okay? Not a problem at all. Just make sure next time we call your name, you answer, and then I'll read for you. Welcome. It's so nice to see new names and faces, even though I don't see your faces, but you know what I mean. New England, you should come on and do a whole session, and like we'll make, like, that's what the stream's going to be about. So people come in prepared with their questions. You'll be like me with readings, like one after the other. It's awesome. And you know what? This could be part of your calling. Like, you're helping people tremendously. You helped me this week tremendously. You asked questions that I never dared to ask because of like my ego and fear. And you helped me more than you could imagine. Put things in perspective this week. All right, Divine Empathic, let's see what's up. I was going to do like Ouija board because I can do that safely. It took me like 2.5 years, 3 years to learn how, but all my Ouija board does is go to goodbye because I protect myself too much and nothing good ever wants to come through. I do want to do a stream where I automatic write for you guys. I was going to save that for TikTok, but I think if you come in and donate like $1 or $2, I can automatic write of like, and get your loved ones here. That is so easy for me. It's not even funny. Okay, Divine, you got Kalik, the card of endurance. Oh, look at that. The deer woman's in here. All right. Divine Empathic, born to survive, fight for life, sufferance of tears and strife, endurance strong fuels the drive. It's all that's needed to survive. by the power of the dark goddess in me, protection in place, blessed be. You certainly are a survivor. Yes, you've been knocked down, but have gotten back up again many times. You've lost so many times you've lost count. The proverbial school of hard knocks awards you, Divine, a gold star for your absolute tolerance and tenacity. Fighting to keep your head above water for so long has been a hard battle, and you are worn down by the struggle. The fearsome Calic has stormed into your life to bring about transitional relief. This divine hag demands respect and advises a little caution on your part, but in return, she will advise you how to navigate troubled times and difficult situations. Life has gifted you with more than your fair share of tough experiences, so now is the time to take your survival skills to the next level and share all that you've come to learn with others who will be inspired by your continued endurance and fortitude. You will work hard and inspire many. The worst is behind you. Experiences make you stronger. Take stock and seek the lessons within. Weight training will build your strength, both physically and mentally. All is well. So, Divine Empathic, I hope you're listening. This card is basically saying, like, you are coming out in the next, I would say by the end of the month, you're out of the dark night of the soul, or at least out of this one, right? The universe wants you, though, to go through everything in like the last however long this dark night lasted. It could have been years, it could have been months, sometimes it lasts days, but this was this is like where you come out of this a whole healed woman. But you have to understand why, right? So you have to understand the lessons, because if you don't, you're going to walk right back into a situation that you just escaped without realizing you're doing it, because you didn't learn anything. But you did learn. The universe wants you to focus on everything you've learned, why the things that happened to you happened. This is how you go through mentally and psychically and spiritually through your chart. You don't realize that's what you're doing, but as you go lesson by lesson, you're going through each thing that you charted to happen and what you were meant to learn. By the end of the month, I feel like you're just going to feel so healed and so whole. That doesn't mean everything's perfect. That doesn't mean nothing bad happens. That doesn't mean everything goes right. It just means you are okay with where you are, who you are, and you know exactly where you're going. Your manifestation powers are going to be through the roof. You got this. This is an amazing, amazing, amazing card. Who's next? Hilton, you want a card?
Okay, Latra didn't answer. Mike, do you want a card? Let me know.
Did Mike leave?
Go ahead.
I saw people saying goodnight to Mike.
I didn't know he was leaving. I thought he was.
I don't know if he did or not. I think I saw that though.
Okay, do Hilton, because he's down in New Zealand, and after Hilton, you can go ahead and do CM Pisces.
Okay. Hilton, I'm using the Oracle of the Radiant Sun. Oh, Mike is here. Okay. Sorry, I could have swore someone said goodnight to you. I don't know. New England Dirt Roadie. Pisces, I could, yeah. If you want to email me, I can do video sessions with you and teach you how to do it in like 4 or 5 sessions. It'd be one-on-one. I don't do group lessons right now. It's easier for me to focus on your energy in a one-by-one situation. I do charge for it, but if you want more information, email me. Ghostdragonzw will put my email in the chat. Divine Empathic, yay! Thank you for being a member. You have a free reading coming up. All of my members are getting one. I'm doing 2 at a time. Jules, I love you. Please be careful in those woods, girl. And if you see anything crazy, film it and send it to me. Okay, thank you, Pisces. So I'll read for Hilton now, then Mike, then you. And you could always hang out after your reading. We welcome that. I actually would rather that. Okay. Hilton, let me see what I don't know what the little planet symbols are yet. I just know the sun and the moon. So let me look this up real quick. It's the card of originality. It is Mercury in, I think, Aquarius. Mercury in Aquarius. Nope, no, it's not. What is this? Sorry. Okay. Mercury in Aquarius. Thank you, Divine. Okay, I got it. Hilton, The thoughts of Mercury Aquarius people are constantly open to new experiences and ways of seeing. So your Mercury may not be in Aquarius in your chart, and that's okay. This is the energy coming in for you in the next 2 weeks. Those with such revolutionary minds display an ability to be unbiased, truthful, and objective. They have little time for traditional, socially acceptable ideas that conflict with the facts or firsthand experience. The ability of such people to turn ideas on their head and see situations from a new angle produces flashes of inspiration and great originality. The Aquarian's freshness of thought owes a lot to the fact that little surprises him or her. People with this aspect teach well and learn well, but above all require good mental stimulation. The ability of Mercury Aquarians to see ideas in the broadest terms leads to a great interest in humanitarianism and an urge to seek a better life for all less fortunate people. Mercury Aquarians also display a constant interest in the innovative, especially new technology, and it is not unusual for them to have some ability in this field. A concern with scientific investigation is of paramount importance to this character type and leads Mercury Aquarians into unorthodox disciplines that would worry more conservative beings. The negative aspect of this combination is eccentricity taken to the extreme when ideas become so outlandish that there's no basis for communication. When this card is drawn, it demands that the questioner takes a lateral view and finds a new approach. I don't know if it's in the description of this. Ghost Dragons, can you put my email right now in the chat? It's Gemma Jade Paranormal at gmail.com. Yeah, I think one-on-one, because when there's like 4 energies, I just can't work with that. But yeah, I can definitely teach you. I've done it before. It'll take a couple sessions, but okay. So Hilton, a new approach, an idea that necessitates drastic change, an unusual research result, a shocking announcement, and invention or innovation. So Hilton, I don't know what's really going on with you, but I swear to you, like, I'm just going to say it as it is. The entire time I was reading for you, I kept seeing cryptids in my head. I don't know what you're doing in New Zealand. I don't know if you're like, I don't know, like, do you live there? But I am just seeing you having interaction with other, right? So non-human entities. You may not be aware of the interaction. So this is, I just want to put that out there because I just kept seeing this like over and over again, this interaction between you and these things. So it may be you have a sighting, or I don't see you like talking to them. I don't mean interaction like that. With this card, I feel like you are on a different level. Like, say you have a group of 5 best friends. You are evolving, you're growing, you're chilling, and you're learning, right? Spiritually, you're ascending, you're vibrating higher. This is what we're supposed to do as human beings. And you're just going about your life, but you're doing this. The problem is, like, the people that you are close to are not understanding what's happening with you, why you're changing, because they are not in the same place as you. They're not growing, they're not evolving. I feel like what this card is saying in the next week or two is that you may have a miscommunication with someone you're very close with. So this could be a romantic partner, it could be a friend, it could be literally anybody, but I do see that as somebody you care about. And I feel like you have to be very clear in speaking in the next couple of weeks. I also feel like you're saying something that's true and you're not being believed. What the universe is showing me is like, just accept that. You don't have to make a believer, whatever this is. This is separate from the cryptid situation, more than likely. That was just something extra. Whatever this is that you're trying to like get across to this person or these people and they're not believing, that's on them. The universe is saying it is not your like job to have them pursue something. Like, they have their own contracts, their own chart, their own path, right? So stop trying to convince people that you're right. You know you're right. The universe knows you're right. Glorify in your rightness and keep ascending. Don't waste time trying to bring people with you who aren't ready to come. Maybe it's time to cut ties. Who's next? Mike J.
You're
and
Mike.
then Pisces.
Right. And then
All right.
we'll do another new person.
Tim, welcome.
And we'll do them after Pisces. Then we'll do Baby Dragon. Then if Life with Bobby's still here and would like a card, we'll do her. Then Black Dragon. Then timestamps.
All right, perfect.
So they have to have your permission from here on out.
Yes. Mike J, I'm using energy and spirit. You got card number 37, the card of creation in the reverse. So it's soul expression and something new. This is in the shadow position. Mike, this card reversed signals a time of stuck or even monotonous energy. You may be interested in artistic expression, but not sure which path to take. Perhaps a deep part of you longs to be creative, yet self-doubt and uncertainty are holding you back. Or you may be engaged in a job that's dull but familiar, and that familiarity is keeping you stuck. If any of this is true, it's time to take a few steps out of your comfort zone and listen to the whispers of your soul. Every day is a new creation, and it's never too late to do something different, to express a new idea or to take action in a new direction. So bring your consciousness to all that you desire to express. Plant a garden of new and different interests, and little by little, your creativity will blossom and grow. Affirmation, great creativity is blossoming in my life. I am open to new ideas and actions that expand my soul's expression in the world. So, Mike, you are stuck. Something is stuck, stale, stagnant, dead, done, over with. And you want so badly to move on from whatever this is, but it's your comfort zone. So in order to move on from this, you would have to take so many steps that it seems like it's daunting. The universe is telling you it is time to start taking those steps. So it's like, even if it seems impossible, if the universe is guiding you to do this, it will become more possible the more you start thinking positively about it. So if you just sit around thinking, that's not possible, I'm not even going to attempt it, there is a time when that will be the case. We had issues with that before, Kelly. Okay, so there are times when that'll be the case, when the universe is like, you can't go anywhere right now. You have to stay stuck in this. The problem is for you, unfortunately or fortunately, depending how you look at it, it is time to move out of this stale situation, okay? So she is planting a garden. She's planting daisies, which are my favorite flowers. She's watering them. They're blossoming. But in the reverse, they're not getting any water. Nothing is growing. You are stuck. You're stale. You're stagnant. And you don't know what to do about it. So as soon as you accept that you're going to have to move on from what and or whoever this is, then you're going to start seeing the opportunities just seemingly come out of the clear blue sky for you to move on from this. And I know it's scary. It could be like getting a new job after you've worked in the same place for like 30 years, right? It could be ending your marriage, or I'm not saying it is, but do you know what I mean? It's something that is so major and so huge that it's hard to even contemplate. I lost a nail, guys, so that's what I'm doing here. But the universe is saying, you're not going to be able to change whatever this is tomorrow, but it is time to at least start in your mind accepting that it does have to change. So Kelly, Nightmare says on your iPhone, you have to use your web browser. I know nothing about it, but I do know people have had issues before with that, unfortunately. I'm a one-woman show, aside from Ghostdragonzw, who helps me with the streams, and I'm not tech savvy, but I definitely want you to subscribe. So if you guys in the chat will help, I would really, really appreciate it. If not, before I leave, I will look it up myself for you if you want to hang out. Thank you so much. That's awesome. The last time someone said that to me, my best friend, Damien's dad, we would talk all the time, and his girlfriend hated me. I was the pre-existing condition, right? The mother of his kid. Even though he was locked up for 10 years, I wrote to him every day. But the last thing he said to me was, I want to leave this B word, but I'm afraid she's going to kill me in my sleep. And he died suspiciously that night. Nightmare. I think Nightmare just dropped the link, Kelly.
Yes.
I think it's just
really time about that.
The next week or two is time to just start the acceptance process that this has to happen. It's going to happen. You have to move on from what and or whoever this is. I don't see it being about your wife. I see it more as work or some sort of friendship, some sort of enabling that's happening. So Pisces says, I am on the YouTube app on my iPad and it doesn't show. Yeah, I don't know, but Nightmare is trying to help you out. obviously, Mike. I'm just saying, like, I just had a flashback of that. Okay, CM Pisces, one love. I'm going to read for you now. And I'm going to
then you'll do Tim, and Baby Dragon's got to take care of things. So I'm going to have you do a timestamp for her because she can't come back. Amara's away. And then, so 2 new people, then Life with Bobby, then Black Dragon, then timestamps.
Okay, Kelly Lewis, I can give you the link to my channel right now if that's what you're looking for. Tim, you're coming up next. New England Dirt Roadie. I actually said that before where I was like, if I told you guys everything that happened to me throughout my life, you wouldn't believe me. You just wouldn't. And it's not because you don't trust me. It's just because it's so incredibly insane that it's unbelievable. I'm just grabbing my channel link real fast.
I already did.
Oh, you did it?
Yep. It's in her link to the channel's in the box.
Thank you so much. All right, CM Pisces, here we go. Tim, you are next. So just hang out, please. And thank you so much for coming in. So Hilton Whittlewood said, Netter, serious question. These other beings I'm supposed to be in contact with, is it sky people or earth cryptids? And 7-month long hair. He can only do, I think, yes or no questions. Ghost put it up twice. Okay, so there's my channel link, Kelly. I really hope that helps. I don't remember how they figured it out last time. Baby Dragon, we're going to timestamp you. So don't worry if you're, don't worry about it. I told you that last time. All right, Pisces, let's see what's up. By the way, I'm a Pisces sun as well. So I feel you. All right, card number 19, Psycho Pomp, the soul guide, the card of transition. All right, Pisces, with a foot firmly in the realms of life and death, Hecate allows us to move through the transitions of experience. From our lowest ebb, she can lift us up once more, peeling back the layers of mundanity to expose a shining spiritual being. From the dark night of the soul, Hecate's torchlight beckons us to not accept any obstacle, even death. Guys, dark night of the soul has been here all night. We are all transitioning out of it, okay? Whether figuratively or literally, walking the path is all about transitioning from one phase to another. So Pisces, what I'm seeing here is with the Oracle of the Hekatean path, you're another one who's kind of about to come out of this dark night of the soul. Okay. I feel like there's something in your life, just like I just said to Mike, it's like, it feels like it's not for you anymore. Kelly, before I leave, I will help you. If they can't help you, I will help you. There's something here that you're like, in the back of your head, it's not like you don't like doing whatever this is. So it could be work, or maybe like, it's not that you don't enjoy the romantic relationship you're in. It's something like that. It's not like this person isn't your best friend, but there's something about whatever this is that you're just feeling like it's time to move on. Okay. And I feel like you don't take anything I say as a judgment, indictment. It's not Gemma. It's your team is telling me that like your confidence, you don't have the confidence in whatever this is to like move on from it. So you don't have the confidence to end this relationship. You don't have the confidence to tell your boss you need a raise. Something here has become so stale for you, but you don't feel like you deserve more or better. I feel like you've been so conditioned like throughout your life, either by other people or by you telling yourself that like you deserve the minimum, right? Meanwhile, you're doing the most. You're putting in maximum work. I feel like in the next 2 weeks, Pisces, if you can just shift your focus from the negative, right? What you don't like about the relationship, about the friendship, start counting your blessings. And in the next week or two, be bold. Take opportunities and chances and risks that you never would have taken before. Just step outside of yourself, outside of your comfort zone. If you can become uncomfortable, you can accept an opportunity that is going to change your life. This doesn't mean you're going to win $1 million or, meet the love of your life. It just means you as a human being are going to feel so much better, so much more confident. I feel like you are stuck in some sort of rut that just like, it's not like no matter what you do, it's not changing because you're not doing much to try to change it. You feel like this must be it. And it's definitely not. You are getting downloads from your spirit team, but I don't think that you're really receiving them. When you get them, you're just kind of pushing them out. So I'm just going to use a stupid example. Say you kicked a ball in the streets. Okay, good. You're giving me more information. I got fired last Friday. It wasn't my fault. I'm a licensed cosmetology and I'm hitting my head against the wall. I want to do universe's work and live in my highest best timeline. Okay, that is great. And I'm not saying it's great you got fired. But listen, there's a reason that happened. That job was not for you. In the next 2 weeks, start listening to your intuition. Start writing down your dreams if you can, because that getting fired is it's like the first step towards your actual ultimate goal of perhaps being a healer, connecting with other people. I'm telling you, if you come into this chat every week, you are not all right, Kelly. I don't want to not have you. If you come into this chat every week, you are going to get closer and closer and closer to recognizing your spiritual self. That's what everyone in here has done. Like, we learn, we grow, we change. My wig gets all crazy. But listen, you getting fired, if you can turn that around and look at that as like, okay, I'm no longer tied down by this job with the cosmetology. I can focus now on learning how to automatic write, learning how to use the divining pendulum, learning how to clear my energy and align my spirit. These are things that, and that's okay that you don't remember your dreams. What I'm trying to say is spirit is trying to get through to you somehow. If you don't remember your dreams, then it's going to be like little hits. So you're walking down the street and suddenly you think, make a right instead of a left. And you have to go left to get home, but this voice inside you're going to start hearing. If you can start paying attention to that, what I really want you to do in the next week or two, the main thing, stop beating your head against the wall about getting fired. I know it's hard. Like, that is scary as all hell. Start thinking of it as the first step toward you fulfilling your ultimate goal. Spirit is with you, your ancestors, your angels, your guides, your deceased loved ones. They're all right behind you, willing to step in and jump in and help the moment they're asked. Ask them for help. What do I do next? Speak out loud what you're grateful for. The more you focus on the positive, the more positive you see, the more positive your life will become. Kelly, please. I feel like this shouldn't be happening. I work 90 hours a week on this channel just for people who use iPhones not to be able to subscribe. Who's
next? A lot of that has to do with YouTube too and how they set it up. So I wouldn't even know how to go in there unless I get the link for your particular thing, and I don't know how to do that.
KC had the same issue.
So, yeah, I'm just going to, if she sends the link, I'll just try. But, yeah, a lot of it has to do YouTube and how they work with iPhone.
So,
I know people have issues.
The way that you can open up to that again, there are a lot of guided meditations on YouTube that last like 5 to 7 minutes to open up to your spirit team. I know it sounds weird, like on YouTube, but listen, a lot of people know what they're talking about. And I myself use these guided meditations when I'm having a bad day. Like, if my energy is not high enough, I can't connect. So I have to do these 5 to 7 minute guided meditations. Align your chakra. Use the guided meditations. I'm telling you, you're going to do big things. You just have to try your very, very best. I know it's hard. I hate even saying it, but it's not me. It's your team. They're like screaming, like, stop focusing on the negative. You're being way too negative. And for us as humans, it's completely understandable. You lost your job. But spirit just is like, well, don't you know? Like, obviously there's a reason for that, a good reason. Aries sun and Chinese wood dragon. Interesting. I don't remember. I was like some kind of ice dragon or something. You're welcome. Yes, thank you for coming in. Okay, so Tim, what I'm going to use for you is the Halloween Oracle. I'm so excited to have new people. I really, really appreciate every single subscriber. I'm just in awe that I have almost 5,000. Yeah, you know why, Kelly? Because it's a YouTube problem. It's YouTube. Because KC had the same exact problem. And she's been with me for years and years. And then I think when she got the iPhone, suddenly she was no longer like subscribed. It was a mess. And she was in here, and we figured it out eventually.
YouTube iPhone thing. I'll figure it out, see if I can get with somebody on YouTube and see what the deal is and what we can do. Because I know other people and other channels have the same problem.
And that way, next time it happens, we can just be like, oh, here's what you do.
Right.
All right, Tim, this one's for you, honey. Graveyard, unnecessary fear. I don't pull this card often. I use the Halloween deck a lot, but I don't pull this particular card. After this, I do have to run to the bathroom. Tim, today's modern graveyards are restful places, normally highly manicured and very well set out. Whilst they can be places of profound sadness, few are the creepy Gothic places of old, yet they still hold an undercurrent of fear and seem frightening. Due to countless stories of haunted graveyards, the thought of walking through cemeteries evokes fear in many of us. We imagine zombies and ghosts rising from the graves and bad spirits hiding out, waiting to harm an unsuspecting living person who walks by. The idea of being at a graveyard after dark, or worse, at midnight, is the stuff of dares and nightmares. But this isn't the way with every culture. On the Mexican Day of the Dead, whole families picnic on the graves of their loved ones who have passed. Children play upon the graves, people play music, drink wine, share food, all in the, quote, company of the dead, end quote. Graveyard dust is used as an ingredient in protective spells, not in curses. So that is true. I do have graveyard dust. I do use it when I'm working with someone for protection or when they ask for one of my boxes and I send them out. So you'd think that somewhere that's haunted or evil, you would use it to curse. But actually, graveyard dust is one of the best things. Tar water, graveyard dust, and homemade black witch salt are the three best things you can use to ward off evil. Pull this card and know that you fear unnecessarily. Things are not as they seem, and you can overcome your obstacles. Tim, the anxieties you have, although real, should be put aside before they haunt you long term. Instead, trust that you know the correct next steps and that you'll do the right thing and act upon them. So this sounds really simple. It's like, stop worrying about everything, right? But as, again, like I just said to Pisces, as human beings, that doesn't make sense, right? We worry. It's what we do. In the next week or two, Tim, try to turn every negative into at least a semi-positive. I feel like if you start looking at things from a different lens, so what's your next move in a particular situation that you're worried or anxious about? Think about the person you love most in the whole world. What advice would you give them about what to do next or how to respond or react in a situation? Take that advice. That is unbiased right there, because you're not considering all of your concerns and anxieties. You're just considering the person that you care about, wanting to do the best thing for them and have the outcome be the best outcome. If you can do that, you can move easily forward into the next phase. Now, I do feel like there is a haunt here, and I don't feel like it's a ghost or anything like that. I feel like there's someone in your life who's adding to the stress and pressure. It's like they see you're anxious, and instead of calming you, they somehow make you more anxious. I don't know if they're doing this on purpose. Really examine in the next 2 weeks your personal and interpersonal relationships. I feel like you may have to distance yourself and pull your energy away from some people. I feel very vampiric energy around you. So this would be people who are, this might be why your anxiety is so high a lot of the time. You're picking up on other people's emotions. And when we do that and we're not aware, the sadness becomes anxiety. The heartbreak becomes anxiety because it's not ours. So some of us don't necessarily feel the exact feelings. It just becomes anxious. It just becomes like this unexpelled energy. That's what's happening here. Please sage yourself if you can. Sage any personal areas. I would definitely do like something for protection, because I do feel, again, I don't believe anyone's doing it on purpose. There's one person in particular though that I think you know who this is. I just hear like the Charlie Brown. I don't know if this is like a boss, a spouse, a significant other, like there's someone in your ear all the time that is like, I'm sorry, but like annoying. I feel like they are not doing anything to help, and you need to have a conversation with them, because if they're only going to make things worse, those are not the people we should be around. Again, not judging, but it's time for you to move on from people that hold you back. Opportunities will start pouring in as soon as you turn the anxiety into action. You're worried about something, do something about it. I know it's not easy. Sage yourself. And I am going to be writing a book about sensitives, about empaths, about light workers, and kind of giving my tips and tricks. When I go out, I pick up everything. I see all spirits that are around. I can sit at a booth in a restaurant and know everybody's personal business if I'm not careful. It's one of the reasons I really don't leave the house. But I do have protective mechanisms that I put in place spiritually and visually in my mind. I'm going to put the book out and talk about being a light worker and the things we go through and being a medium and all of that stuff. So right now I'm working on Gone 3, Mysterious Disappearances Part 3. And I take all of the mysterious disappearances that were like the craziest ones, like blink and they're gone and they were never solved. And I put them into a book, and I did what almost no one else has done. I've given my supernatural, paranormal, extraterrestrial, otherworldly opinion on what could have really happened to these people. The books are called Gone, Mysterious Disappearances. So far, Volume 1, Volume 2. I'm working on 3. All right, it's 10:30. Let's move this along.
Life with Bobby.
Life with Bobby. I actually don't have to use the bathroom right now. So Life
Sure.
with Bobby. No, I'll go when I need to. I'm going to use the Oracle of the Human Spirit. Yeah, Tim, I know, like, for example, if it's like a boss or a spouse, you can't just be like, I'm leaving. So you have to protect yourself. You have to keep in the back of your head that they're not on your level energetically, and you have to block them. So what I do is when I go out, I imagine mirrors, right? And they're full-length mirrors. They cover my whole body, but they face outward. So if someone were looking at me and I were surrounded by these mirrors, they would see their own reflection. When you imagine this around you with a bright gold light, these mirrors facing outward, if you're walking through a crowd, negative, vampiric, soulless people will literally cross the street to not come near you. Get a bucket. Blue Crossroads says, I just keep people away by wearing my favorite t-shirt. It says, I hear voices and they don't like you. I would love to have a shirt that says that. All right, Life with Bobby. You got Master of Destiny, card number 14 in the reverse. Oh, hi there. Are you just walking in a circle waiting for some other person to tell you what your destiny is? What's your plan? What's your goal? You can't get from point A to point B if you don't even know where you're starting from. If you walk the same circle without changing course, you'll create a trench-sized hole that you might find it hard to get out of. Bobby, let's take time to assess where you are and where you want to go. If you're nervous to chart your trail in ink, then let's try chalk, easily erased when you feel a wind of change in your sails. Take hold of the wheel and become the master of your own destiny. Shed the labels placed on you by others or by your past and create your own path. Another card. Like, this is a theme tonight, okay? And 1 second, Bobby. Tim, that's not strange. I've been working on mine since 2018. I'm almost there. Spirit keeps telling me 3 more years. Sometimes it takes a really long time. But as long as you are actively aware of it and working towards, you're good. Just stay focused and keep the toxic, negative people away as best you can. Be serious about protecting your energy. Protect your energy like you'd protect your infant child. It's that serious. Bobby, there's a theme tonight about people who need to be moving forward, feeling stuck, stale, and stagnant. Stuck in uncomfortable situations, but it's easier to stay than it is to leave. It's easier to stay in an abusive relationship than find a new place to live, save up the money, sneak away, pack your things, leave in the night, move to a new place, figure out where you're going to work. It's just easier to just stay and deal with it. And I'm not saying you're being abused. I'm just using that as an example. Bobby, This card is telling you that it's time to move on from something. I feel like you've been on this path for at least a little while that like you don't even know how you got there. It's like somebody else convinced you to walk this line or this circle. And now you're going round and around like, wait a minute, how did I even, like, this wasn't even my idea. So what is your idea? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Where do you see yourself next month? And where do you see yourself 1 year from now? It cannot be in the same place. But it takes stepping outside of your comfort zone. And that's really hard to do. And you may have to stay uncomfortable and be judged by people and be mocked and maybe be bullied. And, you know, you lose people and you move on. But at the very least, you're no longer walking in someone else's circle, digging someone else's trench with your feet, right? The universe wants you to set short-term goals and accomplish them, and then go longer and longer. What's your 1 year plan, your 5 year plan, your 10-year plan? And start actively moving towards it. You cannot just stay where you are for the rest of your life, because you don't know when the rest of your life is. I feel like this great sadness in you, or just this like what, why have you given up? Your destiny is calling you and you are the master of it. Don't be afraid to stand up for yourself. No is a complete sentence, honey. Those who mind don't matter. Those who matter don't mind. Those who love you will understand you and accept you even at your worst. And those who don't, you'll lose. And who cares, because they didn't care about you anyway. Make decisions based on what Bobby wants. Haven't you done enough for others and gotten what in return? I'll pray for you. Who's next?
Black Dragon, if he's still here.
Life with Bobby, me too. Confrontation, like I'd rather literally lay on the floor and go like this when someone's yelling at me than respond. And my husband would say otherwise, but he's the one person that I will go back at. But like anyone else, I don't want conflict or confrontation. But you know what? You have to stand up for yourself. You have the right to do that in your humanity. And until you do that, I see you, Black Dragon, until you do that, you're never going to get where you're supposed to be. And do you know what's going to happen? What the penalty or punishment, quote unquote, is going to be? You're going to repeat all the same hardships, heartbreaks, pains, terrors in your next life because you've not learned the lessons in this one. You don't go to hell. You don't get punished. Your punishment is until you learn these lessons, you're going to have to keep repeating them. I know that for a fact, and I haven't known you for that long, but I hope that you trust me enough to understand that. Yeah, we punish ourselves enough, and absolutely. Stand up for yourself. Hilton, you are so welcome. Thank you. Have a good night. Guys, don't forget, please, if you can, donate to my PayPal or Cash App. Super Chat, Super Stickers are amazing. YouTube takes half. I get that money on the 21st. If you donate to PayPal and Cash App, I get 100% tonight. My son turns 6 tomorrow. I'm so excited to see his face when he sees his Fortnite cake that my mom and I put together for him. All right, Black Dragon. Let's do Archangel Animal. This is such a cute deck. You guys are so welcome. Thank you, Pisces. I really do. It's so true. My favorite Dr. Seuss book, I read it to my son all the time, and I used to read it to him when he was even smaller, is Oh, the Places You'll Go. That is such an amazing, like if you read that book as an adult, you totally get it. You get what he was saying. All right, after this, I do have to run to the bathroom. Guys, please don't leave just because I'm running to the bathroom. I always feel like everyone's going to be like, this is beat and leave. Yeah, we have to do Jules. Jules, I'll do you next, honey. Sorry about that. It's been kind of a long night.
Wait a minute. I thought you did Jules because you said her power was going out. You did do Jules.
Yeah, I did. Jules, I read for you. When you were like, oh, I'm walking through the woods, my power went out, I read for you. Oh, what was the card?
I don't remember.
Dang it. Yeah, Endo was a tiger. Oh, shoot. I don't know. Jules, I did read for you, hon. Who got Calais? Oh, I know what it was. I got it. Jules, this was your card. Psyche. When you see that, that's yours. Yep. Oh, I thought we forgot about you. I was like, please no. I'm sorry, Ghost. Okay, Black Dragon, you got the donkey. Keep your heart open no matter what. Oh, it's so cute. It looks so sad. This card indicates that you have been through or are still undergoing some sort of test or initiation. You may feel it's been unfair, but you still undertook it to advance you to a higher spiritual level. Such challenges help you to develop qualities of patience, forbearance, and courage. Accept this. Stay centered, calm, and keep your heart open. Use all experiences to strengthen yourself, and you will move into a higher spiritual level. Then everything will feel worthwhile as you will see the enlightened eyes. When you pass an initiation, you're always rewarded, so something much better is coming into your life. When you receive this card, Archangel Mary and Gabriel touch you with love and encouragement. Black Dragon, I feel like something that you've been struggling through for a long time. In the next 2 weeks, you're finally just going to be like, Eureka, right? Like, I found the answer. And once you find the answer to why you've been struggling through this, I feel like you're not even going to feel angry at like whoever may have caused it or like however it happened, because you're in a place right now spiritually where you're vibrating a lot higher. You're healing. This is like a fully healed version of you coming out the other side of this, at least in one way, like in a way of acceptance, of non-retaliation, and of understanding that sometimes suffering has no point except to raise us spiritually. And that's exactly what's happening to you. There was no rhyme or reason for whatever this hardship or these hardships were. But in the next 2 to 4 weeks, you're definitely coming to a different understanding about why all this happened, you know, why it had to happen the way that it did, or why you like for me, I'm always asking like, how much more? You know, I'm 41. It's been like 39 years of like poop. When you finally come out of that, out of the dark night of the soul into the awakening, and you understand and everything's crystal clear, you can move on, and you move on throughout lifetimes. Keep going. Do not give up. Don't even look for the answer. Just keep going about your life, because in the next 2 to 4 weeks, the answer is going to come to you. You're going to move on, and your life is going to change for the better. I've got to use the bathroom.
I went dim because I'm flipping through screens. That's why I went dim. Nutter. Actually, if you want to come on one of the midnights, if you're up for it, you can do that. You know, either a Wednesday or a Saturday after. Well, probably Wednesday would be the best. I do Gemma's replays for a reason. Unless you want to wait till after we do a replay, but let me know. Just get with Gemma, and she'll let me know. Okay. My email's in my profile box, whatever, here on my, if you go to my channel, it's in my thing. So either that or just let Gemma know. Didn't stay up that late. Yeah, and then the only other times I do streams is with Ryan on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and we'll go back to ones after the 20th of July. So we could probably fit you in, try to get you in here. I know we got a couple guests lined up. I believe I'm going to have Chris the Paranormal Guy on this Thursday. Then there's a couple people that want to come on with us. So we can slide you in. Just get with Gemma, and she can give you my number or whatever, and we'll work something out, sir. That would be fun. We can do that. I'm sure Ryan will be into that. Okay, well, we'll discuss that. That's fine. I'm easy.
Oh God, what fell? Oh, my phone. Okay. Who's next?
Black Dragon, right?
I just read for him.
Okay, I try to make sure. That's why I said that. Okay, we're doing timestamps now. First is KC.
Yeah, Blue Crossroads. I've been actually telling people about that and talking about that. So that would be amazing. Miss KC, I'm using Fairy Forest. I got you, Jules. It's no big deal. I just I blanked and I was like, oh no, we didn't forget her again. How was your walk through the woods? I would be scared to walk through the woods at night, but like if I did it, I would probably live stream it. I get lost every time I go into these woods. All right, Miss Casey. Yeah, I'm excited about it too, Aunt Edna. You got the Maybon, Shining Hope and Future, card number 37. The Maybon is the child of the darkest moment, born when bright hope beckons you into a positive future, born out of what has seemed to be the most hopeless space you have ever been within. This card indicates that you are now thinking magically. What you think, what you are, manifests around you at all times. Now, with this new magical mindset, you begin to transform your life into one of delight and hopefulness and to uplift your companions with your vibrant, positive energy. When we allow ourselves to shine, we become who we were always meant to be. And by example, we encourage others to become who they truly are. You are a powerful role model for others. Keep up the wonderful work. You still have many experiences ahead of you on your journey, but this energy is now your companion and your divine inspiration. Make a wish when you see stars. You may even have a homeland among them. This beautiful card of bright optimism is full of the joy everyone feels when you're celebrating magical living. It's effortless and joyful to do this divine work. The Maybon is the child born at winter solstice, so this card indicates a rebirth of positive light and energy after a time of lack. You are now about to receive great good fortune, and oh, how good the weight lifting off of your old self feels. This is what I'm talking about. This is what we were talking about privately and personally and in all of your readings in the last 4.5 years or however long it's been. KC, this is you just moving on, just simply shaking the weight off your shoulders and deciding that you are worth the effort. And I know you've done this. You still have a little bit of that like human lack mentality about you. And that's what this card is talking about. Let go of it all. What do you have to lose? The only thing you're going to lose is the negativity, the people in your life that are negative and judgmental, the opportunities that were never for you in the first place. I feel like this is you understanding that it doesn't matter what someone else wants, needs, thinks, feels, if all of those things for you don't matter to them, right? Only focus on the positive in people without being manipulated. And I feel like you've really mastered this. This is the most bright, beautiful card I've seen in a really long time. This is pure ascension, transcendence. And I told you I'd read a little bit of surface and then talk to you privately about what we were talking about. So I'm going to put the card down now and you and I will have a private conversation like we agreed. I know that's confusing for everyone else. Sorry. Who's next?
Let's do Lotus.
All right, Miss Lotus, I'm using Dark Goddess. Yeah. Jules, you're so funny. I love you. I love all of you so much. No, Anna, don't even say that. That's like that Glimmer Man I saw. Woo! Miss Lotus, you got, of course you did. Of course, right? Because we're family, you have to mess with me like this. It's Papatalotl. That's her name. It's Papatalotl. I don't know. Purification. Toxins tend to multiply. Body screams to purify. Release old habits, cleanse, refine, heals, and hold to really shine. By the power of the dark goddess in me, protection in place, blessed be. Are you allowing things to fester or to be swept under the carpet? Yes. Time to come clean and let it all out. Whatever it is you have been harboring, money, troubles, ill health, dark secrets, must come out into the light of day before they do you more harm. None of these things can be sorted out by pretending to the outside world that they don't exist. Face up to your troubles now, otherwise they'll only continue to have power over you. Take the first steps into the light as its Papatalatal invites you up to the top of her incredible temple. Allow this wonderful vantage point, you will see what? Oh, from this wonderful vantage point, you will see the bigger picture. Allow this mighty goddess to give you the courage to purify the elements of your life that are causing you such dis-ease. Speak to someone, professional or otherwise, who can help you. This is you moving into spiritual alignment to fix your health problems. And I know that I keep saying this, but moving on, not completely from the towing, like you have to do your own thing. You were meant to do this business thing. It's been in the back of my mind in every single reading, just seeing you. Honestly, they're showing me you in a business suit at a podium. That doesn't mean you'll ever be in a business suit at a podium, but what that means is you're running things, a business. And your health is better because you're not so stressed, focusing on something that is not your destiny. You running the towing company was what you're supposed to do for a little while. And I don't mean to stress this. I can't even imagine how hard it would be to be like, yeah, I'm going part-time now. But it is something you were meant to do. Listen to friendly advice. Pay off your debts while you can. An unexpected pregnancy is announced. Don't put off going to the doctor. Your experiences will be called upon to help a friend. Take a walk on elevated ground, such as a moor or a hillside. So a walk on elevated ground, a hillside would be just fine. Do it barefoot, maybe under the light of the moon. Now listen, or actually under the light of the sun, Leo sun. Girl. I feel like it said take the advice of a friend, right? I'm your sister, basically. We're best friends. I want you to at least start pulling a tiny bit of your energy away from hillbilly towing. Not Porky. You have to find someone to like fill in. And I know you're like, Gemma, you don't know anything. I don't know anything about it. That's why I'm not giving you the advice. This is you fulfilling your destiny. And the universe is like, when is it your time? All you're doing is helping everyone else. And you're sick as a dog because of it. Definitely don't, and especially in this summer, like in the next couple of months, do not miss any doctor's appointments. I'm seeing the blood thing come up again. I remember I mentioned it last time. We had no idea what it was, and then we figured it out. Someone around you could end up being pregnant. I don't think this is a pregnant idea. I do see a pregnancy, but I see it like around Christmas time. I don't know what the heck that is. We can talk privately. The universe is telling you so many amazing things, and physical health along with spiritual. You are not spiritually aligned because you're not focusing on you. You're just focusing on fixing everyone else's problems, which is, that's amazing. But when do you focus on Tennille? The only time you focus on you is when you're too sick to do anything for anyone else. You know you can't keep going like this. Who's next?
Ron Forst.
Let's do Moonology. Last quarter moon in Virgo, attend to the details. I'm already hearing, make sure you tie up loose ends. Ron, it would be lovely to think that manifesting means just snapping your fingers and magically making everything better. However, there's more to it than that. Past worries, mean comments, self-doubt, and fears need to be dealt with before you can start to feel good. A tedious task may need to be taken care of before you can move forward and make the magic happen. Worries slow down your ability to make magic, so attend to the details, then you can have fun. Who doesn't want to just throw it all in and go on an adventure around the world? But then who's going to pay the bills? Yay! Thank you, Kelly. Sometimes you have to do all the boring stuff first before you allow yourself that time you need to roam and enjoy. Clear tasks away. Your manifestation affirmation, I am guided and protected by the divine. Yay, I'm so happy. So Awesome. Yes. So Ron, with the last quarter moon in Virgo attending to the details, now is not the time to like go on an adventure. Now is not the time to embark on anything new. You have to cut ties with the toxicity. So whether that's a person, a thing, this is definitely not going to be easy. I feel like you have at least one very toxic relationship. It doesn't have to be romantic. It could be a friendship. It could be your employer. You have to deal with this. This is like if you decide to sell your house, but you just like leave until they give the realtor the keys. And then you don't do anything. Do you know what I mean? This is you wanting to move faster than you're able to move. And if you cut corners in anything, it's not just about even the fine detail. Do not cut corners in anything. This includes ghosting. Nightmare, thank you so much. This is like, don't ghost anyone. Now is not the time to do that. And I'm usually for ghosting, but this spirit is like, don't do it. Make sure you speak directly to people. You don't take any poop from anyone. Don't let anyone change your mind about anything. And I'm hearing it again. Do not cut corners. Someone is going to offer you an easy way out. If you take it, you are going to have a lot of problems. So think about my voice when someone offers you that. If a relationship, whether it's romantic or otherwise, is not working for you anymore, you need to speak up. Even if you can't leave immediately and like break it off, you need to at least talk to the person and let them know how you're feeling. See how they take it. How they take it should dictate your next move. Who's next? Because I am hungry and ready to go.
Cindy Lee.
All right. How many of these do we have?
You got just my daughter next and you're done.
Okay. Mama Cindy, I got the goddess power. Kelly, I don't know why YouTube does that. I really don't. And you're not the first one. I mean, it's been a while, but my friend, like I said, KC, she's been with me since I first got on YouTube, and she came in here with the same issue. Thank you for putting the effort in. That I feel really like that's awesome that you wanted to be a part of this so much that you did that. So thank you. Mama Cindy. Make me your Aphrodite. In the reverse, romantic love. Card number 2. In the reverse, yes. Where is it? Hello. Oh, here it is. Your alignment task is to stay present, to release judgments, and to see the treasure of what's in front of you. You may discover something painful is actually a beautiful gift. Indeed, it could be exactly what you need to release old patterns that no longer serve you. Be careful of the addictive quality of longing and yearning and fixation on desired outcomes. This only creates more of the energy of unmet desire, and you may find yourself unable to discern what's true and what isn't. Release expectations and attachments and simply see what arises. Remain aware and accountable for your side of things. Make amends if you need to, and trust that all is well. Even your partnership with the universe may need refining as you let go of your need to have things your way. Call on the goddess Aphrodite to lead you to a healthier, more satisfying experience. So this isn't about romantic love at all. This is about you letting go of control. I feel like you've been called on either your whole life or for a really long time to fix things. You are the one that takes care of things, whether it tires you out, whether you want to or not. It's like you are the one that's called on. And I feel like this is getting tedious for you. You know, it's not that you don't want to help or that you're unkind, but do you have to be the only person that ever steps up and does something to help? You're running yourself ragged. Your energy is just running dry and all over the place, Cindy. And I see it when you're in here. You went from this vibrant, beautiful, bright light to like this tiny little candle. You have to build yourself back up. And I feel like you do this not because you like expect all this praise, but like you do expect at least gratitude. And that's normal. You should expect that because it's something you should be receiving. The problem is these people are so used to you doing things for them and fixing everything that they don't even say thank you anymore. Step away from helping others just for a week or two. Fill your own cup. Do what you love to do. Be around the people you enjoy being around and learn to say no. And that is so hard to do. You're not going to learn it overnight and you're not going to learn it in the next 2 weeks, but try to say no. Let go of your want to control outcomes and just let the universe work with faith that it will work in your favor. It does things for you, never to you. Cindy, let go of all of these attachments. It's draining your energy. You're going to end up physically sick. In the next 3 months, if you do not stop running ragged for everyone else without any thanks involved, you're going to be sick. And you're going to be the one in the hospital. And I don't say that to scare you. I'm showing you what I see and what your spirit team is telling me. They know you better than anyone else. Please take better care of yourself physically, but also like enjoy yourself. Enjoy your life. You're wasting your life. And it's not a waste to help people, guys. Don't get me wrong. But when that's all you're doing, you're leaving no time for you. And I feel like, again, they're so used to you doing it. It's just like, Cindy will do it. That's not okay. All right, Miss Ashley. Let's go with Hekatean path. Good night, Mike. Good night, everybody who left. I didn't say good night to. This is for Baby Dragon, Miss Ashley. Oh, the clicking. Oh, God. Oh, I almost just puked. Makes me so nervous. Hearing like slithering. All right. Card number 28, Ashley. The path. The card of journey. Life is a journey and the path is long and winding. Though we may get lost at times, we have to keep moving forward. Look at my hair. Through adventure, we draw closer to Hecate. A journey isn't just about the destination, and you are encouraged to experience moments along the way. Even when the path is obscure, treacherous, or challenging, know that Hecate is there with you, venturing into the unknown. And the road may not always be easy or clear, but you're heading in the right direction. So you are doing the right thing. You're going the right way. And yeah, it's scary and you don't know what the end result is going to be. But as human beings, we move on. And as spiritual beings, we learn and grow, whether or not we even realize that's what we're doing. This whole situation that you're dealing with and all of these lower vibrational negative emotions and feelings that are being stirred up in you, the universe is saying they're commonplace. It's perfectly normal to have them, but you cannot hold on to them. You have to keep moving forward, counting your blessings and trying as best you can. This takes real focus, right? So don't think you can just it takes real focus, but you can do it. But you have to focus on it and practice it, taking every single negative and turning it into a positive by revealing in your mind the lesson you've learned from it or the lesson you feel you will learn. You're not going to have the answer for every single thing because you're learning and growing and evolving and ascending. And as you ascend, you'll learn more lessons and you'll grow more. Ashley, you are doing the right things right now. I don't see anything out of balance in your energy at all. Your team is just showing me level. That doesn't mean your life is easy. Your life is perfect. It just means right now you're in a place where you can take the time a little bit at least to explore the lessons. Where do you want to be in a year? Where do you want to be in 6 months? Where do you want to be in 5 years? And then start actively taking steps, knowing that the universe is going to put you exactly where you want to be as long as you remain positive and keep telling the universe everything that you're learning. You're growing, you're evolving, and even your sadness, there are lessons to be learned from that. What seed did you plant that brought this sadness to you? When did you plant it? You know, how are you involved in the sadness that you're feeling or the anger or the loneliness or whatever it is? And if you need to fix it, figure out a way and move forward. And that is how we show the universe we've learned, we've grown, we've changed. Guys, I love you all so much. I'm losing my voice. My mouth is so dry. Thank you so much for being here. Kelly, thank you for joining. Tim, Pisces, thank you for coming in. Anyone new who came in, I will be here next Friday. Remember, Thursdays at 11 a.m. Eastern, just for the summer. That's when my pre-recorded uploads. We're doing the Yuba County 5 and or Dyatlov Pass next Thursday. Oh no, the Demon House of the Brownsville Demon House I think it's called. It's a demon house, guys, and it's crazy. It's a crazy story. I went and got the audiobook. I wrote it all out. Then we're going to do the Yuba County 5 and the Dyatlov Pass. Please email me, GemmaJadeParanormal@gmail.com for personal intuitive oracle readings. I do all different kinds. If you want to learn how to automatic write or channel to read oracle, I do one-on-one sessions for that. They do cost money. They take time. They take energy. And I don't... I lost my thought. I charge for the readings. I try not to charge a lot. I try to work with y'all. Just email me, get the information. And I love you all. Thank you so much. Nothing with demons.